Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is 2025 on the ancient moon calendar, January the 26th. It is 1446 on the ancient Islamic Muslim calendar. It is 2026 on the ancient sun calendar. It's 10,066 on the ancient it's 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. And then on the ancient, there are many other calendars, and also each one of us has a specific sovereign calendar that works in alignment with our birth charts. So we have calendars for everything, just so that everyone is aware. Whatever calendar you say it is for you, that's where you are. 5785 for the Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, the Moors who proclaim Hebrew Israelite. Islam. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Egosum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light to Jiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet, and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Cushites, Hittites, and our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American, Moroccan Empire, and we call it the Empire State for Morocco. They are all the same, Islam. We are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3, Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are the law and we are the original Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. We are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. The system that we have created is the trustee, Islam, and we are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We do recognize and acknowledge and give highest honors to ourselves first, because you can't do it for others until you recognize yourself. And we accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights and writers at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The first thing we will to do, this Congress, is to give the highest honors to all 2025 presidents on the most successful inauguration thus far. This was the most leaders that we have had to participate to date. 22 statements, and for that we are grateful. We did count the statements at the end of the presentments. We counted those as well, those who stated their appellation. We're so grateful for each and every one of you. And then at the end, we put all Moors by bloodline and birthright. Every word that proceeds from the mouth of God is the law, Islam. Matriarchs, and this is specifically for the matriarchs. Now, we know that our sons, and we say this just as a caveat for those who still have some little bit of programming about the matriarchs. Our sons have matriarchal energy, even though they don't give birth to the heirs, they still have our energy. Matriarchs, for you, your arrival, our arrival, is being announced worldwide. Now, the earth has always known that we're here, so let's make that clear. But the whole world is saying, hey, the matriarch has risen. We know that the 6 planets are aligned at this time, and in just about a week, the 7th planet will join as well. Now, Moors, there's a reason why it's 6 planets and then the 7th. Because how many continents are there at Earth? How many continents are there? 7. The planets are aligning because we are all aligned. That's what the 7th is. It's a statement that the whole world and the whole earth is properly aligned. So, with that being stated, on January the 21st, 2025, the Stargate program was said by the subjects. And again, that's a Masonic state hint. It's a Masonic hint that the matriarch has risen. So if you want to go and Google the Stargate program, the announcement of it, the saying of it by the subjects, feel free to do so. But that the announcement thereof by us first, that's what makes it an announcement, is that the matriarch has risen. And so the subjects announced it or said it last week. Last weak for them, last strong for us. There's no such thing as a weak. There's a strong Islam. So that's letting the whole world know that the matriarch is risen and is governing and is speaking and is making statements and has put the law on the public record. What does this mean? This means that the identity that is the Moors is being made known by the standing matriarchs. Every standing matriarch, and specifically those who speak with governmental authority. Our identity is rooted first in us, of course we know that, by the blood that our ancient mothers gave us in their wombs. Our identity springs forth and grows from that. Fact and law. Number two, our identity is rooted in our birthright and our ability to write our birth. We write our history. That is where birthright manifests. And third, our identity is rooted in the competencies. And we're spelling these things in ancient English. Those are not typographical errors. It's ancient English, which is our national language, Islam. So the competencies, and let me just, listen, Moors. The competencies that we did not remember from the previous era. In the previous era, we didn't remember the competencies. And that is how others were able to mimic the competencies and pretend to be government. It was, they didn't have the bloodline, they didn't have the birthright, they didn't have any of that. They just mimicked the competencies that we now remember and that we've placed on the public record. That's why knowing, number one, the law, and then also knowing the legal portion of the law. And some are wanting to add a third layer called legitimacy, because that's what they use when they're talking about, you know, when subjects are talking about inheritance and things, they talk about a legitimate heir, which is not legal and it's not lawful. So legitimate is not a category. We don't use that. It's not a category. Legal, lawful, and then natural. Now, there are some Moors, and well, we don't know their bloodline. We don't know who their mother and grandmother and great grandmother is. We just know that they look like us. Some are saying that, you know, everyone comes from the same womb. That's not true. The Circle 7 states that one mother has given everyone suck. Suck meaning we fed everybody. We still feed everybody. But it specifically did not say everyone came from the same womb, because everyone doesn't come from the same womb. Our subjects don't come from the same wombs that we come from. And that's not a criticism, and it's not a reason to look down on anyone or anything. It's a fact. And those things must be acknowledged and noted and stated, so that there's no confusion about what's really going on right now. We feed everybody. And the reason that we have the resources to feed everybody is because of our bloodline and birthright being pure and unadulterated. So as we move forth in all that we're doing, Moors, our courts, so powerful, so powerful. That's why we don't speak publicly without it being a court action. Privately, we speak, and sometimes it's not from our courts. We're just speaking to one another. Publicly, we don't speak unless it's a court action. The reason being, there are certain competencies that come with our court. And for each one of us, these competencies, again, we must know these things because the competencies are what was mimicked. That meant that when the competencies were mimicked, there was also then a mimicry of the bloodline and birthright. It was all mimicked. Okay? And we believed them in our sleep that they had all these rights and that we were just a second-class citizen, quote unquote. We believed them because they had the competencies down. What are the competencies? Courts and banks. And courts, banks, government. Those are the competencies. Everything else springs from that. Courts, banks, government. Because one of the three of those is going to be issuing birth certificates, is going to be saying who can move and drive and travel and do whatever or not. It's going to be saying who controls the resources and who's the source of the resources and all of that. So we're focused, this Congress, I'm so grateful for us, for all, each one of us is so valuable to the empire. Because we literally took the time to just sit and we didn't let anything stop us from continuing to go. We let nothing stop us. So now our courts, one of the competencies that we have we've not used this one, we've not called it this. We've been using it, but we haven't called it this, is striking a thing from the record. A thing being any words, anything, striking a thing from the record. So what does striking a thing from the record mean? What does that mean? Just one moment. Just a moment. And I'll give you just a moment to think on that. Hopefully, those who were willing to come in can come in. Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Rising. Could you please open for Caliph Muhammad?
Yes, Islam.
Islam.
Empress Shasha.
To strike a thing from the record would be to remove it.
Yes. Yes. We've been putting things on the record for years now.
Right.
We've been putting much on the record. All we did was put things on the record and then demonstrate it. Put it on the record and then demonstrate it. Put it on the record and then demonstrate it. That's what we've been doing for this past 7 years.
Everybody will laugh at you.
Islam.
Another word for removal is redacted.
Yes, redacted. You know that's what that word was, Empress? Redacted.
Word.
Redacted.
So are you sure?
Redacted.
Okay.
So when something is redacted, for us it's red actioned. The color red is our color. We know that. It is the color of our flag. It's the color of our blood. It's the color of our skin in a different tone. Different brown and red are similarly toned. So let's talk about striking a thing from the record. I went out onto the internet and just pulled some things up about striking things from the record. When a judge strikes something from the record in a court case, it means they are officially removing a piece of evidence, testimony, or a statement from the court proceedings, essentially declaring it inadmissible and instructing the jury to disregard it because it is considered irrelevant, improper. Improper means that's about persons. Improper persons, because the word prop or propria is the root word in Latin. Or otherwise not allowed under the rules of evidence. This is usually done after an objection is raised by one of the parties involved in the case. Now, what is the root word of the word evidence? Does anyone know what the root word of evidence is?
Is it D-E-N-C-E?
That is the suffix.
Oh.
E-N-C-E is the suffix of the word evidence.
Islam, would it be video?
It absolutely is. Yes, it is video. It's video.
Yeah.
That means something you saw with the eye. Evidence. That's why evidence is brought in and they will have objects that you can see in the court. Or we will have objects in the court. Islam.
May we speak?
Sure, Islam.
So I have a question. How did Donald Trump get voted in?
How does any television show do things like that? Because that's all acting. It's acting. It's not real. It's an act.
So he's just a clown, in your opinion?
He's a subject in the office
For who?
He's a subject.
For who?
For our nation. Everyone, go ahead, Nobility. What was that?
Who'd you vote for, if you don't mind me asking?
We do all of our voting right here. So again, that's why we stated to you earlier, Nobility, to go back.
I'm sorry, I'm new, but like I want.
Obvious. That's obvious by your questions. That's obvious by your questions. It's also obvious, and that's not a criticism. That's just a statement. It's a fact. We can tell by your questions that you're new, and we're okay with that. Just so that you know, we're okay with that. We will, before you go too far into the questioning, that you go back and look at the other videos. That's what we would ask that you do, because all of your questions, every question you've ever had will be answered by doing that.
Look at what? I'm sorry, look at what?
Let me put the link. Go to Like Tajiri Bay channel on YouTube and look at all the congresses that are placed there.
I looked at that, and it doesn't make sense to me.
It wouldn't this early. You're new. But what we will state is that and let me just say that we've been there. When we first nationalized and we were watching Taj Tariq Bey videos, the great Sheikh Taj, when we were watching his videos, we didn't understand or overstand all that we saw, but our spirit just kept saying, just keep looking, just keep watching, because everything will be clarified for you the more you know, the more you study. And that's why our Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated to study yourself. Study yourself. Everything that has to do with us it comes from within us. So I could spend the next 2 hours answering your questions. I could do that. But it would be more beneficial to you to go back and watch the Congress videos, because many of the questions that you have, others ask those.
Seen 44 dockets. I'm confused. Am I wrong?
You will be confused but our suggestion to you is that you continue to watch. Go back to the very beginning, to the first few Congresses that we did, the oldest videos. Start there so that you can see the progression. Because your understanding of what's been done is couched in those videos.
I heard delirium doesn't work.
So and that's exactly why we said go back and watch the videos, so that, because see, we've been using delirium for years.
I have though. Like, I tried and it does not work.
Okay, it's not going to work because you don't understand the process. Let me say this to you about that.
And here's the whole.
Hold on, nobility. Hold on.
You're telling me like I'm wrong.
Hold on, nobility, because this is not that high energy type of a forum. This is not, Congress is not that.
Wait, you're telling me I'm wrong?
If you'll just, are you willing to hear?
I will listen. I'm sorry. I will listen. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go off.
Because that's another part of this, is being able to hear.
No, I can hear. I can listen. You're good.
So, nobility, we would ask that you go back and look at the process, because here's the thing. I know I'm going to tell you some things about you specifically so that you will know that the process matters. I've never met you that I know of. Have we ever met?
We have not met.
Okay. Let me tell you some things about you that I know. I know that you have never been in this, before you woke up, that you were never a billionaire. I know that.
That sounds very aggressive.
No, it's not aggressive. Hear me. You have to have the ear to speak. You have to have the ear to hear. Now, let me say this about the aggressive comment. The energy that you're feeling is coming from you. Okay? So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time here, because we will that you watch the videos first and then come with the questions. Watch them first and then come with the questions. The reason we made the statement about you not being a billionaire, and in fact, we would state that you were probably.
The funny is, I put 44 documents on the public record.
So you're going to have to listen you're going to have to listen in order to hear.
I'm sorry?
You're going to have to listen in order to, because I'm not getting any sentences out fully before you interrupt, which is another marker. It's another indicator. It's an indicator.
Indicator of what?
So here's what we'll say, because apparently the ability to hear, you're coming across like you're looking for a fight, and we don't fight here. So what we are going to do is state that you go back and continue studying and looking at the videos, watching the processes, and then demonstrate the processes.
I'll be honest.
Before you,
I want to love this. I want to love you, what you do, but like.
Hold on. This is not about any of that. This is about you and your
One
freedom.
real quick?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Because apparently you're asking questions and not waiting for the answer. That's an indicator. And we're not going to use this Congress's time for that. I will mute you if you're not willing to hear. And we can all hear that you're not willing to hear right now. You're looking for a fight. We're not going to give it to you because that's not what we do.
Oh, no, honey, I don't want to argue with you. I'm so sorry.
Just a moment. Okay, for that, we'll go ahead and mute you. And if there is continued war energy, we'll go ahead and dismiss you from the Congress. We don't have any reservation about that. This Congress will be honored because this is to honor all who are at Congress.
So you're giving me an answer to the question.
Just one moment. So we would state that you go back and listen to the rest of the videos. There are many.
Bullshit. Am I allowed to speak?
Just a moment.
Am I allowed to speak?
I'm going to go ahead and mute you at this time.
So I want to ask questions. So I'm wondering.
And we will dismiss you from the Congress because this Congress's time.
Do you mind?
This Congress's time is very important. I will not disrespect them.
It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. That's all it is. Stupid.
Just a moment. We will keep control.
I want to know more. Do you mind if I learn from you?
Just a moment. You will learn through the videos that we've put out there, the Congresses that we've placed out there. What we will not do is disrespect the Congress's time. And at this point, that's what's starting to happen. We won't allow it.
I feel like you're just working about viewing on repeat. I'm not trying to disrespect, but I'm not trying to disrespect you at all. I just want to listen to what you're saying. Give some.
If you really wanted to hear, you would hear me. But because you continue to interrupt, I know you're not listening. So now, what we're going to do is go ahead and move forward. Just a moment.
I'm so sorry.
Sons, Justice Travis, I know that you will to come in and protect. Just if you'll just allow me to go ahead and do what we do here. We're going to dismiss you from the Congress at this time so that we can move on because we honor this Congress's time. And this is all about the law and continuing to move forward. Now, we were speaking about striking things from the record because, see, this Congress, it's important that the law continue to be put on the public record. It continues.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Caliph Mohammed hasn't gotten in yet.
Okay. We'll open.
Thank you, Empress. Islam.
Striking from the record. Putting things on the record as we have done. It says here motion to strike, and again this is from the previous era. It says a lawyer typically requests to strike something by filing a motion to strike, asking the judge, which is all of us, to remove the specific piece of information. To remove a specific piece of information from the case record. And the reason that we underlined
the real government means that the U.S.
We underlined the word specific.
Because you're specifically stupid. You're all fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid Negroes.
Y'all can tell how much we're loved. Look how much we're loved. We are loved. Really, greatly.
Aisha loves being
We are
a victim.
greatly loved. So, asking the judge to remove the specific piece of information from the case record. Specific being species driven. In other words, it has to be in the right jurisdiction. Okay? Specific is about jurisdiction.
Evictions and foreclosures are your few evictions.
Just a moment. Let me do just a little bit of housekeeping here. There we go. Okay. So specific, that's species driven. It's genetic. It's genetic. So in order to have your laws that you placed on the public record honored in the way that this Congress is having our laws honored, because you know what's next, Moors. You already know what's next. Everyone must be in their proper person. Subjects must be properly identified, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing where subjects are concerned. The subjects are saying what we stated. Okay? The reason that that is happening is because they have the right naturalized energy.
I
Okay.
thought you should
They're
get
not
evicted.
acting
Does
like
that count?
they're not acting like belligerents. They're doing as commanded. So, specific piece of information from the case record. And here's the thing, if, for example, those voices that come in and try to make statements on the record, we've stricken all of that from the record. All of it is stricken from the record.
Oh, bullshit, bullshit.
That right there. Stricken from the record. All of it. We have the authority to do that. Stricken from the record. And then, more, if a witness, it says here, objection during testimony. If a witness provides inadmissible testimony, the opposing lawyer can object. And if the judge sustains the objection, the testimony will be stricken. At any moment, we can strike specific things from the record. So if there was a supposed eviction,
Why don't you strike Aisha's eviction?
We can strike it from the record. We can strike it from the record. Now, will that be validating what was done? No, it won't be validating it. What it does is it's doing the opposite of validating it. It's invalidating it further, but by court action. Anything that was stated by actors is hereby stricken from the record. All in favor, please state Islam.
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 Indeed.
Islam.
The people have spoken. The sovereigns have spoken. Islam. So, as we continue moving forward we have agreement that everything that was stated by actors is stricken from the record. Now, Moors, what we do is we don't stop there. We put that in writing and we start striking everywhere. We start striking. That's not war, it's peace. See, when we put the law on the public record, we then demonstrate it. We don't just leave it at that, even though our word is powerful enough. But faith without works is dead. Faith with works is living. So now we begin to send out the strikes. And again, we do so peacefully. We're not at war with anyone. This estate belongs to the Moors. Islam. And even as we stand here today, the subjects are in alignment. That's why we're not mad at them. They're in alignment. We can see that they're in alignment. And just for the record, we will go ahead and show Zachary Moore versus Alliant Credit Union et al. It's an opinion. An opinion is not the law. We're the ones who put the law on the public record. But again, the subjects are saying what we've been stating. There is agreement. There's no conflict. And see, that's what the war was all about. War is when there is disagreement about truth. That's what war is. That means that there are conflicting words being said. Conflicting words. We were stating that we state that we are the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, and that mortgages are fraud. And there was a system, quote unquote, that was saying otherwise. There was a fiat system saying something different. It was not necessary for us to argue with the fiat system. Not necessary for us to be going back and forth. Okay, that's war. We're not at war with each other, and we're not at war with the subjects. We're not at war with the system. We're not at war with government because we are the all.
Disagree with me, so you must be at war.
So we strike that from the record. Islam. We're gonna, let's do this.
Islam.
Let's do this. Islam. Let's strike, Moors. Because see, we can do so now peacefully. We've proven without a doubt who we are. We don't have to keep doing that. All we do is keep moving the way that we've been moving. Justice Travis, we love you. We love you. We know you will to stand and defend. We love you so much for that. So, Morris, continue. Now is the time for us to send out the word. If there was someone pretending to be a mortgage company, we must strike anything that they've stated because fiat is not real. U.S.fiat is not debt notes. That's not real. Even the ones who were previously enacting that, now that they have accepted their status because they want to live, they have a will to live now. I will say that about them. They will to live. They don't want to die. But in order to do that, they must say what we've been stating so that every one of them knows. And what they do is they just listen to each other to hear what we're saying. So I'll give you an example of that. In the church, and we're not mad at Christians, Christendom. Christian is really not the right word, it's Christendom. according to the dictionary, is Christendom. Christendom and Christians, christened ones, would always have to get their information from a leader. And that leader was the mediator between the people and God, which is us. That's who is us.
Hey.
Okay?
Empress.
Islam?
Empress. Question.
We would ask that you reserve your questions. Just a moment. We would ask that you hold your questions until after we're done.
The funny thing is,
are you refusing to do that? Because we're going to continue with Congress.
That's because you're all talk. Nothing happens. None of this shit.
Islam. So they would have a leader who would be the go-between between them and God. And that leader, preacher, clergy, whatever you will to call them, was taking the place of a system that should have allowed direct contact. Okay? But Christians or Christendom is not set up that way for direct contact. It's set up for a mediator. There has to be a mediator. We do not have a mediator because we don't have a God. That's not us. We don't have a God. That's not us. We are our own God. And we know that that's why that thing keeps coming to try and stop us from making these statements, because they know these statements are coming. They're on the record already. We are our own God, period. There is no other. There's none beside us. None beside us. That is the authority that we have to create our own money and use our own money. We've been doing that, period. We're going to continue doing that and see where we are right now. Let me just make this statement. Where we are right now with our own money is that, and the energies know this. The energies know this.
Hey, Islam Empress.
I will put you out again. We've asked you.
I have a question.
We've asked you to go back and watch the videos. We asked you to go back and watch the videos before you go into all of those questions, because your questions are answered in the videos. No, we love him. We love him. We love him. We love him. That does not mean we're going to let incompetence take over the Congress. We love him and we will that he be here. But the platform must be honored. This Congress must be honored. So as we were stating previously, this place that we're at right now, and this is what all of the interruption is about, the place that we're at right now is where our money system now begins to reach out and pull. And it's been happening. It's been happening. But we know by the demonstrations that we're doing that the floodgates of prosperity and abundance are open for us. We know that.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Sorry to trouble you again.
It's not trouble. It's not trouble when it's according to the forum, nobility.
Okay, my respect, Empress. All right. Caliph Muhammad is still having a problem getting in, and also Ashley Stokes. He's open. Indeed. Gratitude.
The conference is open. This is no accident, Congress, that things are happening the way they're happening right now. Because, see, we still have to deal with each other. But those that are coming are going to have to honor what we set up, because we all set this up.
Indeed, Empress.
Nobility, Justice Anthony, you give honor to the platform because this is, you know, so we honor what you're doing. We're not speaking where you're concerned. What we're talking about is those who are coming, because see, Moors are wily. In other words, Moors. Yeah, it's that. It is that. The ancestors stated that they were coming, but they're coming as they are.
Indeed, it's true.
Incompetent and all, they're coming. We're grateful that the brother is here, but the process must be honored. Because see, that's the point of this. It was the processes that were the competencies that were missing that caused the war. See what I'm saying? See what we're stating?
Oh, the ancestors are going to be coming.
The competencies honor the process.
You sound awfully angry tonight, Pauline.
There's a process for all of this. And once we honor the process, that means that the honor between us is going to stand.
Why do you sound so angry tonight?
So we're going to continue honoring processes, the platform, the Congress, our time, and so on and so forth. So now.
Your energy's all fucked up tonight, girl.
Again, it's about the processes. So when we stay focused on the processes, we're automatically going to honor each other because we're the ones who set up the system. So the system is demonstrated in the 500 and something videos that this Congress has placed on the record.
You so fucked up tonight, you dumb bitch. Oh my.
That's the system. And when Moors come with the right energy, Moors, and we know this already. This is nobility 101. When we come with the right energy, we'll be able to free ourselves quicker. Because this is not about light. It's not about us alone. It's about the subjects are saying, and you can tell that the energies know that it's a wrap because they're raging. The energies are raging. We don't have to rage with them.
Why were you?
The Moors are coming, and they're going to continue coming to the Congress. They're going to continue waking up. The ancestors did not cause the masses to wake up fully because they did not will that we all wake up and just start warring back and forth with each other without processes. Now that this Congress has placed the processes on the public record, we must point them to the processes. They have to honor the processes if they will to see results. Okay? The processes must be honored to see results. Now, everywhere they look, they're going to be seeing the same words being spoken. Those that were previously acting as Supreme Court, those that were previously acting as police, and previously acting as judges, they're all in subject status now. All of them, every one of them. They do as commanded. Now, Moors, this is strike time. Because, again, listen, you, and this is where honoring the process comes in at, Moors, you must point the Moors that are coming to the processes. You must point them to the processes. And some will be frustrated because they can't jump from where they are to extreme wealth, because that's a knowing first before it manifests. Where we are right now, our system is the system. It always
more
has
excuses
been.
and bullshit. Excuses
Okay.
and bullshit.
It always has been. Our system is the system. There is no other. There's none beside us. Strike time. Everything.
So where's your Land Rover?
Everything
Where's your Land
created.
Rover?
Everything created that has a fiat, that has a fiat shadow on it. Just strike the shadow. Strike it. Strike it from the record. And put your money and your word on the record. See, they wanted us to be impatient. They wanted us to be without patience. We're already past that point that we've demonstrated patience, period. And now that, because see, they want to distract you, but look at what the subjects are saying. Based on a mortgage loan derived from fiat currency. We hold that the foreclosure proceedings constitute an unconstitutional deprivation of his rights to property and due process under the 5th and 14th Amendments. That's a trick bag now. Remember that, Morris. That's a trick bag. And that's why we have to restate these things. We can't take their word for anything. We look at it and we restate it. We don't point to them and call them a court or a judge or any of that, or a mortgage company or any of that. We don't call them that. They don't have any offices, no titles. So this must be restated. They're saying that they hold that the foreclosure proceedings, that means they can't state it. They know they can't do that. So they're just holding space for us to say it, to state it on the public record. And we stated today that mortgages are unconstitutional and they are not the law. They're not legal even. Because see, everything under the Constitution is a legal issue. Treaties are the law, are lawful issues.
Yeah, that's why so many studies.
So treaties are law. Okay. Justice G. Certain L, he asked in the chat, who leaned vigilant acting Supreme Court judges? We did. We did that years ago. It's on the public record at Tajiri Bay channel. Look back at our court actions, and when we put out the many different liens, we also stated all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof of said actors. Okay? That removed and ripped that corporate covering off of them. Then we had to bind them. Bind the fraud into outer darkness, and then bind the subjects to us or to the land. Okay? And to us meaning that they serve, they work for us. In that we allow them to. For us, we don't allow the subjects to do anything. We do it ourselves and we speak to our system. That's how we do things. Courts are a system. Money, banking is a system. speak to the system more by court action. And then subjects, where subjects are concerned, the subjects do what they've been doing. In the previous era, and this is why we brought up the church and the preacher being the mediator between them and God. The subjects can speak to the system and say, God said this and this and this and this. God said, I don't have a mortgage. They're going to be talking about this Congress. That's who they're speaking about. When they say God said this, that, and a third, that's what Christendom is. They speak to the system by affidavit, and then the system is going to go right back to the law, what we stated about subjects. Now, Moors, where you're concerned, you must state it from your perspective, your position. You stand and you are the law, you're God, you're the supreme beings, you are all courts, we are all courts, we are the gods, all of that. You, Moors, cannot pretend to be the subjects speaking to the system saying God said this and God said that. No, you must speak from your God status. You can't pretend to be them. The system won't honor it because the system is set up that way to honor bloodline and birthright, and then those statuses that come with bloodline and birth. Because see, the status is because of the bloodline and birthright. Then come the competencies. Okay? But you must know that you are the lords for the land. You're the landlords. You can't pretend to be a tenant on your own land. You must be, that's the ripping off of the mask. We were pretending to be tenants, renters, mortgagees, or whatever you call that. We were pretending to be all of that. We cannot do that in order to get rid of those things. Our system knows who we are. So we speak directly to the system and we say, our person that we own, that we govern, doesn't have a mortgage. Their mortgage is prepaid. Prepaid. So now, striking things from the record, when evidence is stricken, the judge will usually instruct the jury to completely disregard the information as if they never heard it. So therein is the difference between delusional and being the court. There's the duality. Delusional people, or persons rather, because there's no such thing as a delusional people. There's delusional persons. Delusional persons act like they can't hear. And that's what you were seeing when we first nationalized, and subjects acting as persons, corporate persons were acting like they couldn't hear what we were stating. They were the delusional ones, not you, not us. They were the delusional ones who couldn't hear. And now we take that and turn it right side up.
There's that
and we state we don't hear that. We will not hear it. We will not hear it. In the previous era, we would just say, we ain't trying to hear that. That's where that came from. We get to choose what we hear even after it's said. We get to choose whether we hear it or not. So with that being stated, Example scenarios where a judge might strike something from the record. A witness provides hearsay testimony, information heard from someone else. That particular example is where it doesn't matter how many frauds say something, that does not make that fraud not be fraud. Because, see, they were using numbers, perceived numbers, fake numbers. That's why they kept saying, oh, the blacks are the minority. They were using numbers, and then they would say, well, if all of us say it, then it has to be true. No. If the sovereigns make a statement, because you can't just say something, you actually have to state it, then it's true. And then it says a lawyer asks a question that is overly prejudicial or inflammatory. We are the law gods, so we say law Yah for us. Yah means God. We're the ones asking the questions. See, a court action, listen, even in the previous era, they were acting as if they were doing court actions by asking questions. That's what they were hired for in the previous eras and enactment. Lawyers were hired to ask questions. Because the one who's doing the asking is acting as king. And that's why we ask questions during our court actions. So there are no law gods but the Moors. No law gods but the Moors. And then the third one says a party submits a document that is not properly authenticated. That's where species and specific information comes from. Nothing is authentic unless we authenticate it. So let me just make this statement. Those who were getting quote unquote birth certificates that were printed out by frauds, authenticated by those same frauds, it's still fraud. It's still fraud. It's still fraud. Still fraud. So that is why it is, and let me tell you what's about to happen. Subjects will be bringing their birth certificates to us for us to authenticate them, because they are fraud otherwise. We cannot authenticate birth certificates printed by others. We can't do that. We must create our own. Okay? Everyone else who is not the Moors and who's not the justices and judges, because Moors, we are all chief justices, and we do not have the same processes as the common public. Our processes are different where we are concerned. They have to be different because specifically and by species, by bloodline, by birthright, they have to be different. They can't be the same. And anyone who said all men are created equal, they were speaking specifically then. They were saying all dead men are created equal. So we can't go there. We can't do that. We must make the statements and create the documents and things of that nature. Because documents have nature where they originate from and by.
Okay, and you never will be.
Okay. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom about striking things from the record? That is one of the Chief Justice the competencies for Chief Justices. And it's just a matter of writing it up that is stricken from the record. As we're doing court actions, we can just verbally state that things are stricken from the record.
Ethan?
We've stricken all of that from the record. Stricken from the record.
You pay fee at the PA.
If you will notice, Morris, Islam Empress.
I want to ask a question.
Sure.
You say we must make the birth certificate. What color would we start out using to make birth certificates, to make those certificates for the subjects?
We're not going to make them for the subjects. They're going to have to put affidavits on the public record. That's really not. We're not going to make them for the subjects. They're going to put an affidavit on the public record, and then the system is going to do what the system is designed to do. We stated in the system that a plain white piece of paper,
Homeless Aisha has no
written by a subject, calling it an affidavit and publishing it and the system will do what it's supposed to do where publishing things are concerned. Okay. So subjects do that, Empress. What we do is we speak from our court perspective. So everything that we do, we speak it by court action first, and that's always done by affidavit. And then we can create the mortgage documents. And when we say create the mortgage documents, for example, if there is a mortgage company called ABC Mortgage Company that was previously acting as a mortgage company, first we would spell out ABC because it stands for something. It was quote unquote standing for something. Okay. Find out what ABC was about. It's usually names. Write it out, and then make the statement that this mortgage is zeroed out. There's nothing further due. It's prepaid, and that all credits are to be all credits are hereby returned to the person. Okay. So you must return the credits to yourself. You're an attorney. You can do that.
Okay.
And you are also the chief for that mortgage company. Just go ahead and put it on the record that you've returned those credits. And then the banking piece is already manifested, but we're going to continue to manifest it so that everyone can see. It's already manifested, and let me tell you that it looks exactly like the previous era's banking, except it's the opposite of it.
Okay.
And that's something that we will to have I assisted in making that clear, Empress?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. You must be the mortgage company because there is no other. There were actors acting as a mortgage company, but there are not actors acting anymore because we fired all actors. And they are now subjects to the chiefs.
Okay.
And the emperors and empresses. Something we will to state about that is that any debt, we must competently state that it's not debt. But let me say this. Did you all know, boy, when the ancestor showed me this piece, did you all know that every time in the previous era that you wrote a check and they say that that check bounced. They called it bounce for a reason. Every time you wrote a check and they said that the check bounced, did you know that they actually had to get your approval and consent to call it that? Every sandwiches, did you know that every time you wrote a check and they say the check bounced, that you were actually accessing was rightfully yours, but they had to get you to admit that it was a debt and then try and make you pay it? Did you know that? That you were accessing the creditor side of the ledger. You were accessing the creditor side of the ledger. Let me show you why and how.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Pardon me again. Ashley Stokes haven't gotten in yet.
Okay.
Islam.
Was she? Go ahead. Okay. Let me tell you how. And these interruptions, Moors, just disregard them. You're going to have to strike them from your hearing record so that you can hear what's being stated. You were accessing the other side of the ledger. Let me tell you how. The side that we were seeing, which was debt and fiat and so on, entries in a fiat on the fiat side was debt. When you wrote a check, you were accessing an infinite amount of money. They never once told you that that was not money. They just told you that there was that the location of the money was different. They would say you don't have enough in this account to cover that.
You have those millions and millions that you said everybody should get.
So you can write, because see, they already know you can write as many checks as you will to write because your estate is endless. They knew that. So they had to first train you, quote unquote, into believing that that was debt. That's what they had to do.
And all them checks.
They had to train you into believing that that was debt. But it wasn't. The money was just somewhere else. It was in a different account. Not the account that they created, it was in the one that you created. But you hadn't created one yet. And that's why restating everything is so important. You are creating an infinite bank account that you can, because accounts are it's a recording mechanism. It just lets you know what's being put here. It's helping you keep track of your estate. The estate is endless. So then they would tell you specifically that the money's not there. And they were right, because they're insolvent. They didn't have any money at all.
And that's why her check.
So they didn't have any money in there to cover it. They're insolvent. Now let's add a little bit of proof to that. Let's add some proof to that. Let's add some proof to that. They keep trying to point you to their fake records because they're trying to, listen, you got to be who you are. You got to be yourself. Let's take a look at this one specific word. There's a word that you see. Just a moment. word. So let me just ask you, Morris, what is the term that was used when you wrote a check and they tried to tell you, oh, you don't have enough in your account to cover this? What was the term that they used?
Non-sufficient funds or insufficient
funds. Insufficient funds.
Yes. Here they said NSF. That's what it meant for them, non-sufficient funds. Now, they weren't talking about you because you didn't set that previous enactment up. They weren't talking about you. They were talking about them and their person. Well, what does sufficient mean? It's not illegal. It's not unlawful. It means when they were saying non-sufficient funds, not adequate, not enough, not as much as be necessary, not equal. Come on, this is the point right here. Not equal, not fit. So then really counterfeit. That's what theirs was, counterfeit. And not that which may be necessary to accomplish an object. Here it says, Commissioners of Sinking Fund of Louisville versus Anderson. Sufficient, of such quality, number, force, or value as to serve a need or purpose. As to sufficient consideration, see that title. So when they say non-sufficient funds, they're not even talking to you or about you. In fact, they're telling you the opposite. They're saying that in their system, they don't have it. In your system, you do. That's why people would write them and write them and write them. When the banking in the 70s and the 80s, you could write them and write them and write them, and they would just bounce them back. Now, let me ask you this too, Morris. When you bounce a ball, is the ball changed when it comes back to you, or is it still a ball? Do you bounce a ball and then a cup comes back to you?
No, the same ball comes back to you.
The same ball comes back to you. Your word will not return unto you void. It's coming back and it's going to accomplish all that you set out for it to accomplish. All that you send it to do, it's going to do it. So then, when you start using your own instrument and speaking to the system, and you write a check, the system is going to say something to you. It's going to speak. When the system says non-sufficient funds, because it's not going to say you don't have enough money, because it can't say that. It's not even going to call it money. It's going to call it funds. But if it said, and this is from the previous era, even if it said that, it's still not talking about money. Talking about funds. And all it's saying is just show us where the real money is and we'll honor this. See, that's why it had to honor that $27,000 check. The system had to honor it because I know where the money is. Just one moment. Oh. Let me know when you're in, nobility. Justice Nathan, are you in? That's probably him right there. Islam? Justice Nathan, are you there? Okay, good. He says, okay, good. So, in Webster's 1828 dictionary, unabridged, just a moment. Let's look that word up too. Nope, didn't want to go there. Just a moment. So I'll just tell you, in Webster's 1828 dictionary, unabridged, the word sufficient, the word sufficient is defined as, just a moment. Sufficient. It means responsible or solvent, financially able. Now, again, financially able or solvent. When we write checks, the system will honor the check. Then we have to know how to use what comes back from that. Okay, so we're on the other side of banking now because we have our system. Our system is working.
Your checks bounce. They always have. They always will. Just
that's a great affirmation of what we're stating. Except we have to know what that means. All corporations were doing the same thing, just by the way. So whenever there was defaults on loans and things like that, the corporations would take those defaults. That means that in the previous era, if someone defaulted, that means they didn't pay and that the whole amount was due. Well, corporations were taking those bad mortgages, quote unquote, bundling them up, calling them revenue. They called it revenue. And then they put it on the stock market and then made more from it. They were selling debt, pushing debt back and forth. Right?
bullshit.
All
You're
they were
full of
doing,
shit.
no, that's what they were doing. That's what they were doing. They were selling debt. So now, what they were doing was mimicking the actions that creditors do. They were mimicking the creditor. It's one thing to write a check for $20.50 and that check bounce. It's another thing to write a check for 100 million or 10 million, and then the system speak back to you and you know what the system is saying. What the system says is that those that were acting as bankers don't have 10 million or 100 million, but because you do have 10 million or 100 million, we're going to honor whatever it is that you spend that on. We're seeing that happen. It's happening. Truth. And that is how the children of Israel, quote unquote, because we're Israel, we're not children. We're the majority. That is how they were able to leave captivity and take all that stuff with them. They took as much as they could carry with them. We're there now. We're at that place right now. except we're not children. And Egypt is a system. It's not people. It's a system. It was a system, rather. Let me put it that way. The state of Egypt, or the country of Egypt, was a system. We love Egypt and Egyptians, the real Hikupta. So just give that some thought, Moors, because some years back we showed you how to write checks on your Treasury direct accounts. Those accounts have, it's unlimited. They're unlimited. They are unlimited. I can tell you that from personal experience. They're unlimited. But we must know how to move the funds. We must know how to move them, because that's not, when you have over a certain amount in the bank, like if you have over $1 million in the bank, then you don't just go around swiping a card at random without thinking about how you're spending. What you do is you write everything up first. That's the purpose of all that paperwork. In the previous era, they had so much paperwork because it was trying to cover up who the real owners and the real lords are. So when you write a check and they say it bounces, they're not saying that you write it and it causes everything to go bad. They're just saying it's bounced back to you. Why? Because only the lords can even honor a writing of 10 million or 100 million. We're the only ones who can do that. It doesn't, you can write for as much as you will to write for, having a plan to do so and having a plan for it, because we don't just do it just to be doing it. We have a plan for it. And that's how you show that you're even competent to write a $10 million check and have the system honor it, or a $100 million check and have the system honor it, is you have a plan for it. And that plan includes proper government of resources. So sufficient cause with respect to right to remove officers does not mean any cause which removing officer may deem sufficient, but means legal cause specifically relating to and affecting administration of office of substantial nature, directly affecting the public's rights and interests, touching officer's qualifications or his performance of duties, and showing that he is not fit or proper to hold office. That includes bankers, quote unquote. So if you bounce a check, they said not sufficient in the previous era. They were telling you that you were not the right officer because of your status in the previous era. Blacks can't hold office. Blacks, Negroes, coloreds, African Americans cannot hold office. And that's why all of the ones that were previously pretending to be officers and heads, you know what the majority of those looked like in the previous era. Because they were calling you the black and you were saying, I'm black and I'm proud. That's what you were saying in the previous era.
But
it's like,
normally they always had to have a so-called black person on any committee, community, whatever they had to have a black person on there to solidify them.
Yep. because they knew that at any point that one that they were calling black would wake up and say, I'm not Negro, black, colored, African American. I'm the leader of this process that you all are doing here.
Okay.
And everything switches. They had to have one who at any moment could wake up. One. And here's the thing, Moors, and just let's just make this clear. And if you scared, say you scared any Moors. Where jobs are concerned, when you declare that you're of the original indigenous ancient bloodline and birthright, they try to terminate you because you cannot be under anyone's authority. You must be the head. So when they do the termination of that person and you proclaim your proper status and state that you're the chief of that, then you can still go there.
Bullshit.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Yep. Yes, you can. Yes, but see, who did that? How many did that? None of us, because we didn't know. None of us, because we didn't know that. That the change in status happens on paper, and we could still be going back and forth. All we had to do was put it on the public record and know what we're talking about. Period. Why? Islam, Empress.
So with the checks, now those checks that we're speaking of, those were authored by them. So by what?
Yes, in the previous era, yes.
Previous era. So that was a big piece of the whatever. They had the authority because we were using their instruments unknowingly, of course. But so we really absolutely could never have been successful because we were pretending to be something we were not and going under the authority of a different species.
And they had to call you, because usually they would call you when that happened, and all they were doing was just getting your consent to be the debtor.
Correct. Which means there was a waterway in between, because if even as it was their instrument, they still had to call.
They still had to call.
Consent.
Yep. Now,
they actually had more information and had more knowledge, we probably still could have maneuvered.
The only issue with that, Empress, I know what you're stating. You're saying that even using their instruments, we still had the authority to be who we are. That is true to the extent that the contract was not agreed upon otherwise.
Right.
Because see, the initial contract for starting the account was wrong.
There was not a contract.
There was an enacted one.
There was an enacted. It was not a law.
But it wasn't real. No, it wasn't even legal.
It wasn't right. It wasn't even legal. That's correct. But in the enactment, if you don't know you're in a play, you're going to carry on playing the character and playing the emotions and Yeah.
You didn't know you were in a play.
Exactly.
In theater.
In theater.
You know, my consort being previously in the military theater, he made that clear when he heard us talking about them being actors. He said, yeah, even when you go overseas, they tell you you're going to Afghanistan theater.
Right.
They call it theater in the military, quote unquote.
And theater is an anagram of earth.
Yes.
And operations, another word for that, that's a theater.
Yes.
In the supposed medical field.
Yes.
Which actually, that's military language, because even in military, field is a term too, is it not?
It is. That's what they call it. And even on a flag, they call it a field on the flag. It has a red field with a 5-pointed star in the middle of the field.
Whatever the symbol is. See?
Now, let me tell you that as we've been demonstrating, what we've been doing, because see, we don't will to be called actors.
We're not.
Because we're not actors, we're the Lord. So what we've done, and we would encourage all to do this, we've begun calling our documents the performance. And it worked like a charm. I'm telling you, it worked like a charm. This is the performance. That's what we write on the document. Because the documents are to perform and do the job.
Right. And
Because believe it or not, the documents are a body. They have a foot, a footer, they have a head, and they have a body.
Because the performance has characters. The performance encompasses all the players, all the, the roles and everything else. So that makes absolute sense.
And when we actually started testing that before, because we said we were going to test things before we put them on the record. We started testing that about between 30 and 60 days ago, and it works like a charm. The document is the performance. The check is the performance. It's a prepaid performance.
And all you niggas still in the ghetto.
It's a prepaid performance.
Do you know the etymology of perform, verb, carry into effect, fulfill, discharge, carry out what is demanded or required?
And let me say this about that word too, Empress. Thank you for that. That word is actually preform and preformance. That means that it was done beforehand.
Beforehand, before the form.
You know how the Bible says that before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. That's in the Bible. Well, we preformed our documents. For the past 2 months, we've been doing that. And you're talking about instant manifestation. Instant manifestation. Now, we'll just go back to the $27,000 check. We'll talk about that one. Instant manifestation happened with that check. We didn't know what to do at that time with what was given back to us, but now we know. Again, we've accessed the other side of the ledger. But the other side of the ledger is going to look like, it's going to be instruments coming from the system that we must state this is sufficient for whatever it is that we're sending it out for. That it is solvent, because that's another definition of the word sufficient, is solvent. When they said non-sufficient funds, they meant that they're not solvent. That's what they were saying. They're not solvent to honor the instrument, but the instrument is honored because we honored it. Okay? The system honored it too. We literally removed the third-party interloper from our activity. We removed them and and the system is there. So the system is honoring everything that we put out there. Everything that we put out, the system is honoring. And again, those are competencies that we all have the authority to demonstrate. We just have to keep going because this is an unfolding, an unfoldment of our vast estate. We can write checks from now until empire come, which is now, because our empire is here. Okay? But we must know that we have, there was a program around writing checks where someone had to be the debtor because they knew we could write them, and as long as our signature is on them. And here's what happened. Those checks, they didn't send them back. They wouldn't, because at one point, initially, they would send checks back. They would stack all checks that we wrote for that month, and they would mail them back. That was back in the 70s and 80s. They would mail the checks back to us because of the way the checks were crossed. They would mail them back. But then after a while, Islam Empress.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, unmic myself. I was just affirming, yes, I remember those days.
Yeah. So in those days, all they were doing was getting our signature and getting our consent for them to be the officer and us not be the officer. That's all they were doing when they would do that. Whenever they sent them back, they were saying, we don't even need your signature. You keep it. We're going to make copies of it, and we'll use the copies to do whatever we want to do. And then they would sell them, bundle them. If they wanted to destroy them in their enactment, they would do that too. Or if they wanted to say, okay, we're gonna call all of this in, and not only are we going to make you pay for this, we're going to charge you 5 fees for it. Because no one was honoring the other side of the ledger. When you write a check for 10 million or 100 million or whatever the case may be, and what they'll do is they'll send something back, not the check, because they have to have that signature. Okay, and it's the system that has the signature, not any people or persons. It's a system. The system will say, use this. This is a legal copy. You can use this however you're going to use it. However you would have used what you wrote, use this instead. And then you can take that and send it around and write checks for things, and they'll take it out of that 10 million. It'll come from the 10 million or the 100 million or whatever, the $27,775.75. That's why the system had to record it, because it's real money. It's real money. The system will record money. It's just an entry. And they use the word entry for things that you put in a budget, line item entries, because it is actually entry into your estate. It's still money. It's just, where is the source of the money? And that's why we had to restate all accounts, because you're stating, when you restate everything, what you're saying is the real money is here with me. The real money is here with me. And the system will say, yep, that's true. Okay, give them this, give them that, send this, send that. So we have to access the other side of the ledger. And let me tell you that you must deprogram in order to do that. In order to access your estate where money is concerned, where banking and ledgers and millions and billions and trillions of dollars is concerned, you must deprogram yourself so that when a spell is cast, you will know what to do with that spell. The system is not even casting spells. It's just printing out what you said. But you have to know how to use what the system sends you. Or else you'll think third-party interlopers have come in and they're trying to attack you. And no one's doing that. No one's trying to attack you. Stop talking to frauds and speak to your system. And strike any of that other stuff from the record. That's another demonstration of your authority. It's just showing that you know who you are. Period. You must deprogram. And you got to be willing to hear what the Spirit is saying through you. See, the brother that came in and was asking all the questions, the reason he's asking that many questions about things that we've already gone through is because he's not listening to his own spirit. If he was listening to his own spirit, and this is not a criticism, it's okay to ask questions. But when you're disrespectful of the process, that means you're not even hearing your own spirit speak to you. And that's what this is all about. It's a reconnection of us to our ancient ancestral spirit. That's who sovereigns are. Sovereigns can hear because the spirit can see all. Sovereigns can hear, and those basic questions will be answered when you just sit quietly, do the study, and then demonstrate what you learned in the study. This is a memory exercise. It's a memory preformance. It's a memory preformance. And you have to be able to hear. And I'll tell you what, anybody who's been a part of this Congress, who's attended at least 2 Congresses, if you've attended at least 2 Congresses, you can hear. Because those who can't hear, they'll listen for 5 minutes and just, I don't understand it, and be out and miss out until the ancestors give them until they learn to listen. And even when they learn to listen, they may hear from other places. Ultimately, they're going to have to, if they will to manifest in this dimension, in the dimension where you can touch things and see things and taste things and smell things, if you will to demonstrate in that dimension, you're going to have to learn the processes that bring those things to you. You have to be willing to listen and to hear. And if you have questions, and this is what we encourage people to do when we first speak to them on the phone, we say, we know you have a lot of questions. Wait at least 24 hours before you ask the questions so that the Spirit can speak to you first. And most of the time, you won't even have that question. And that is why, and let me say this to there are a couple of Moors here specifically that we've spoken to on the phone in the last 2 weeks. If we've spoken to you even once on the phone in the last 2 weeks, this is for you. The reason why there is an attempted rush to have you do things is so you won't hear the Spirit within you. You'll panic and think that your help is outside of you. That's why there's a push and a hurry enacted. You got to hurry up or you got to get out. You got to hurry up or you got to do this. Or we going to do this and we going to do that. All of that right there. The reason it's like that is because there's no rush. All you have to do is be quiet and listen to your spirit. And then say, ancestors, what would you have me do? Take a deep breath. We do not even allow people to think that we are their answer. No, we're not your answer. You're your answer. You are your answer. And whenever we feel the energy of people saying, I have to talk to you now because they're threatening to put me out, we say, okay. And the ancestors always tell us, just be quiet so that she can hear us or he can hear us. Be quiet so they can hear their own spirit speak. And if they don't allow emotions to get in the way, the ancestors will speak and they will calm everything and everyone around you. They will calm all of that if you'll just be quiet so you can hear your spirit. And when you get quiet, if the voices in your atmosphere, in your head, quote unquote, are too loud, just turn on one of the videos of Congress and just listen, because answers are going to come flowing in there too. You must be able to hear your ancient connection with your ancestors from within you about anything that you're going through. There have been times when Moors would say, Light, I got to talk to you right away. And this has happened many times. Light, I got to talk to you right away. And 4 or 5, 6 years ago, the ancestors started saying to us, they have the ability to hear us just like you're hearing from us, Light. So you have got to allow them to hear. You cannot be there every time they pick up the phone because they feel like something's about to happen. Because that's usually what it is. Something's about to happen. You should be afraid of this. Whenever that energy comes around, get quiet and just listen. And then whatever the ancestors state for you to do, just do it. You can do it, or you can wait and hear some more. We've done that many times. Many times we've done that. Because guess what? As the ancestors were showing us and these things, before we got to the point where we are now, we didn't have anybody we could call. Light did not have anybody that I could pick up the phone regularly and just call. Yeah, I could have called Grand Sheik Taj. I called him a couple of times. But it wasn't his job to rescue me. So he would just point me back to me. It wasn't his job to rescue. And you know what? I'm so grateful that the ancestors did not give us that energy that someone else is supposed to save us. When we are standing powerfully in our own sovereignty. You have the power and the authority and now the processes to save yourself. Use them and do not fear. Do not fear. I don't care who's yelling in your face, because we told you about demonstrations where we had even our consort in this ear and a fake acting policy enforcer in this ear saying, give us this, give us that, you need to get this, you need to do that. We just stood and they couldn't stop us. Both sides. We would not hear it. We were going to stand and be ourselves, and we did that. That has happened. I couldn't pick up the phone then and call and say, what do I do? My consort is saying that I should give them the ID they want, and the fake policy enforcer is saying I should give them the ID that they want in order for me to move around on my own land. I didn't have anybody I could pick up the phone and call for that. I had to go within and stand, period. And it worked like a charm several times, every time actually. Not once was I ever stopped from continuing on. Yes, it was a test. They couldn't stop us from moving around on our land. They didn't have jurisdiction. We didn't have any of their stuff. That gave them jurisdiction. We had none of it. We've done some demonstrations recently that we haven't even talked about on the public record that we wouldn't have dreamed of doing 7 years ago. But we did them, and our ancestors allowed us to just have our way. Have our way. have our way. Moors, it is important that we keep moving, keep changing out, and this is the formula. The formula is take one document at a time, whether it be a fake driver's license, a fake passport, or whatever, and look at it and then craft your own and make your own look similar to that one, but you got to elevate it by putting the right symbols and signs and names and sigils and all of that on it. And then your appellation comes behind it. Your appellation is what lifts it up. Appellation must come before a name. Name is a person that we own. Appellation is court actions on 8.5 by 14 paper on Moorish government letterhead, stating who we are. Who's doing this preformance? Who preformed this document? Who preformed the mortgage company? Who preformed? And it should say pre-created, really, for us. We should be using the term pre-created. Let your documents that you create be the preformance that you pre-create. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding what we've stated thus far? Because we do have a presentment. Justice G. Certain L wills to present a statement. He was willing to do it last week, but he willed to present his empire statement to the nations today. Islam. Justice G, are you present?
Islam, I'm present.
Islam. Justice G, we will yield the floor to you so that you can do your presentment for today. Islam.
Islam.
Are you on the screen, Justice G? Let's see if we can see you. If not, we will. Are you on the screen or no?
Yes, for a minute, but I'm using the iPad, so I'll turn off the camera and read.
Justice G. Okay, there you are. Okay, sure. Go ahead, Justice G.
Okay. Grand Rising, Lord. High honors to noble matriarch like Tajiri Bey. High honors to the Congress. Florida Moors, high honors. I am Chief Justice David Jeffrey Pinson, also known as She Certain L, natural living heir, in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in proprio personas sui juris, in proprio solo, in proprio heredis. My full faith and trust, my allegiance, my credit, and my energy are hereby vested in the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, de jure, Moorish National Republic federal government. All laws previously presumed to have been made by the fraudulent United States Corporation Company, contrary to the Constitution and her treaties, are notwithstanding. All inferior courts are subject to the Empire State of Morocco Article 3 Consular Courts. All living subjects who are administrative clerks, agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any and all derivatives thereof are hereby bound by the Constitution for the United States, 1789 and 1791. All presumed contracts and trusts are hereby terminated. With regard to the Empire State for Morocco worldwide estate, Moors are the living fiduciary. This universal, sovereign, living, original, indigenous, ancient, natural, divine, supreme, Article 3 Council of Court hereby affirms the unrebutted declarations, proclamations, lien, levies, and bonds placed on the public record by Moors, revesting them with positive power, positive authority, positive control, positive possession, and positive property rights as natural living heirs to all positive and equitable benefits, title, and profit with interest. Subjects, your names are those of dead corporations who are unlawfully and criminally occupying the sovereign living land that is the inheritance since time immemorial and into perpetuity for the universal, sovereign, living, natural, divine, original, indigenous, ancient Al-Moroccan Moors. With this universal, living, Article 3, ancient Moorish American Al-Moroccan Council of Court action, we hereby bring all subjects unto the living land to serve as you were created to serve the gods for this earth, the Moors. Each of you is hereby commanded to rise, live, and stand servant to your Creator. We hereby speak life to all subjects at earth who were previously doing business as corporate citizens, listed in the registry of canonical juridical persons, kept by the government of Vatican City State and every living creature. You are hereby commanded to rise and stand. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. This universal, sovereign, living Chief Justice stands as law. Go in peace, unruly, belligerent, unlawful subjects. Your services are no longer required. Islam. I yield.
Justice G, thank you for that presentment. We appreciate your words, and again, we honor that you are willing to stand and to speak and to be yourself on your own land. Islam.
Yeah, I apologize if there was any war energy in that. That was not my intention. Yeah, but that was not my intention at all. Okay, Islam.
We're grateful that Islam. We're grateful that you're using your voice.
Islam,
we all Islam. Thank you, nobility. We all must use our voices. We must. And then the ancestors will clean it up as we go for all of us. That's what they've been doing over the last 7 years for us is clearing the energy, showing us how to keep our energies clear and showing us how to speak publicly and then how to move privately by sovereign capacity for all that we do. Islam. I believe that is all that we have for today. Islam. Matriarchs. At some point, a couple of things that we are going to be looking forward to is meeting with the matriarchs, and it's not to the exclusion of our sons, but we will that only matriarchs attend, because we have some even more specific things coming up, and we'll announce those meetings at the time that the ancestors say, okay, time for that. They're letting us know now that that there will come times where only the matriarchs will meet. That will be probably on a Thursday. And we have some, as you all know, the matriarchs are the source for everything. We're the source for the heirs, we're the source for banking, we're the source for everything. And particularly the matriarchs who have been attending Congress regularly, we have some information specifically for you. And we will bring that forth in the coming months, because at some point we are going to start having matriarchal meetings. It's going to be necessary that we have them. And then the sons, you all have the roundtable meetings. You have the Moorish roundtable meetings. If there are any sons who will to have begin having roundtable meetings, if you're not having them already, then feel free to do so. And that will be the brother meeting, and then we'll have the matriarchal meeting for the matriarchs, because that's going to be necessary as well, so that we continue to unify. I will tell you that our unity is without match and without measure. Islam nobility.
This is Mosey Bay, out of the Chicago territory.
Great Rising.
Grand Rising. This Congress is kind of special to me, especially this meeting, because I'm able to give you your flowers, Empress Light. And I want to thank you, because you've assisted me and a few other Moors that I've been building with in exercising the birthrights and accessing certain offices that's on our state. I want to personally thank you. I greatly appreciate you and all the other empresses and nobles that be on these calls, these congressional meetings. I've been with you since 2017.
Really?
I've just been doing the work, and like I said, I just want to thank you. I'm doing a few things now. I'm going to reach out to you, but I'm doing a few things, and because of the erudition I received from you in creating our own instruments, I was able to assist one of the empresses that I give a class Sundays, and I've assisted her with nationalizing, and from then I've shown her how to assist her father by consular jurisdiction.
Beautiful.
To give her father assistance to get from under a murder charge. She's still, we're still assisting, but we was able to send our council ID and the council certificate and the national identification, and the administrative agencies of the Department of Corrections approved the credentials and reached back out to the young Empress, told her she's been approved and that she just needs to set up a date, let them know ahead of time. So she's going to be visiting her father for the first time as a counsel.
Yes.
The 30th of this month. So I'm proud of myself, and I'm very grateful to be able to be in a position to assist the nobles. But I definitely wanted to give you your flowers and thank you, and just wanted to put it on the public record that as long as we be who we are and stand on our square and take our time to learn the processes, there's nothing we can't do. And I would also step forward to assist in the roundtable meetings.
Islam, nobility, thank you so much for your demonstration. That's really what I'm thanking you for. I appreciate the flowers. I appreciate them. They're so well received by us. We don't take that lightly. We don't take it lightly that you took the time to appreciate us on the public record. We just, our highest honors on the demonstration, because listen, there is no one who can keep us from all the other stuff once we do that work. You see what I'm saying? That work is seeking of the empire and the manifestation of the empire. You're manifesting the empire there, nobility.
Yes, Empress. And I also want to thank you as well. I'm also in the process of levying and leaning I won't say, but a particular city in the Illinois territory. Yeah. And I'm in talks with when I say we, me and one of my master teachers out of the Illinois Consulate, we've been demonstrating, and we're in the process now of leaning and levying this municipality of the city. And I had a question I was a little not unsure about. From my understanding, we levy and lean the corporate persons, and as far as we
about what next, maybe what to do following those two actions.
See, we issued a fine of $100 million, and the subjects were fined $100 million, and the city was fined $100 billion, and we suspended the sentence in the fact on the agreement that they would be bound to the Constitution. They would honor the Constitution, and which we restated, and we restated Article 10, Section 1. We removed the intender of payment, and we reconstructed with remittance of a debt. So, and we've written in, of course, more solemn and gold receipts, as well as fiduciary money gold receipts. And we also gave them instructions that they are not to detain any Moorish nationals, and that they are to contact the nearest consulate, and that the consular officers will take the appropriate actions. And that ruling came from me subpoenaing, well, the consulate subpoenaed a city worker that came and put some writings on on some property, instead of showing up in court, which was placed on the public record. He gave the documentation to the city attorney. Well,
the subject in the office of city,
the subject of the office of city attorney, and he reached back out and said that he was unaware of any Illinois consular court, and that or its authority. So I sent him another court action explaining, well, not explaining, but basically pointing to the record, letting the record reflect from the congressional records to the, didn't have to pretty much speak on treaty, because I understand from Article 1, Section 10 that they can't enter a treaty. So speaking on the treaty is entering a treaty. So the
treaties are above their pay grade. So, and when I say pay grade, above the pay grade of subjects.
Correct.
Treaties don't have anything to do with them. We state what happens to them in the treaties, because they don't have a say so in what happens treaty wise. The only reason citizens are mentioned in any treaty is we're saying this is what we're going to do with our citizens, our subjects. So they don't have. So treaty is speaking way above what they would even comprehend. So our suggestion, nobility, you're doing, first let me state that you're doing all the right things in demonstrating who you are. Just know that what you're doing is so powerful. When they say that they are unaware, what they're saying is that as long as you refer to them as a district attorney or a prosecutor or anything like that, whether it be by phone, by actions, by writing, if you refer to them as any office, they're going to act like they don't recognize you. So at all times, they must be subject. So you just put the word subject on your documents. And this is our suggestion. Don't talk to them on the phone. Let your words be the word. That's our suggestion. Now, some Moors feel that they get a better understanding of what's going on by talking to them. We can't stop you from talking to them on the phone. But see, talking to them on the phone, they're going to act like they are attorneys on the phone, or else why would you be talking to them? It's not like you're their friends that you pick up on the call. They're not that. So the only reason you would be talking to them is because you think they have some power and some authority that they know that they do not have. And they know you're the real court, you're the real law. And him saying he's unaware, he's trying to give you a hint to say that you gave him a title. So he's supposed to play dumb and act like he don't know that you're really the law. That's where the term playing dumb comes from. Play dumb.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
They play dumb.
I absolutely agree, Empress. I was just referencing the.
We know you're doing all the right things. That's not a criticism, nobility. We know you're doing everything right by demonstrating your status. Just all we're saying is iron sharpening iron. Sharpen it up a little bit more in terms of not calling them, not giving them offices. That's the only thing we're saying. You're doing everything right. And we affirm and support everything you're doing.
I'm definitely working on my re-engineering.
Yes.
And my language. But I communicate with them by documentation, by emails.
Yeah.
On the
Make sure that at the top of your emails that it starts with court action language and then speak.
Yes.
That's what we do. Islam.
Yes. I used, I've been with this Congress since 2017.
Oh, that's right.
The documents, I have my 40 documents. I have, you know, like I say, when I addressed them in the, you know, the proper manner. Everybody was subjects in the office of
Islam.
And, you know, like I said, I didn't go into treaty. What I did do was go into the Library of Congress records as far as the registration number A22141, and then gave them erudition. Well, gave them the law as far as Title 22, Chapter 2 of, you know,
Islam. Islam. We know where you're coming from. Islam.
And so broke it all the way down to the Constitution. And that's really what we were speaking was the Constitution.
Yeah, and they are bound by that. They're bound by the Constitution. Yes.
Yes. And that's through Article 6.
Yeah.
And Amendment 10, Article 4, Section 1, for faith and credit. Article 4, Section 4, every Union State will be promised a republican form of government. And through Article 3, Section 1, because I understand who the Supreme Court is, as well as Section 2.
Islam.
So yes.
Nobility, state your appellation for the record, nobility, so that everyone knows who's speaking, because they will ask, who was that brother that was speaking and saying all those?
I am Mosby Bay.
Islam.
Islam.
Your first appellation is
Mosey. M-O-Z-E. I mean M-O-Z-Y. Mosey.
Mosey. Islam. Chief Justice Mosey.
Yes. So
we send our highest honors with what you're doing. Thank you for your testament as well. You know, Chief Justice Mosey, the reason why you're seeing the success that you're seeing is because you've taken the time and the patience to do the study, and not only to do the study, but to place the documents on the public record, and then keep going. We don't let anything stop us. We keep going. Listen, and to the Moors, to all Moors, don't worry about conveyances and domiciles and things like that. And I can't say don't worry about them, because I do mean don't worry, because worry doesn't help. Action helps. Action speaks louder than just worry. Worry doesn't help at all. But my point being, all of those things already belong to us. Just like everything else, we just put it on the record. How does it belong to you? Show where the system should honor that. Show where the system should honor that. Show that. And when you show how the system should honor it and where, how is it that it belongs to you, the system will do as it's supposed to do. And that takes patience. I can tell you it takes patience and knowing exactly who you are. The ancestors took the first 7 years of our awakening to just to drill in our minds and our consciousness who we really are, because of what we have to do, because of what's coming. And we're already in the midst of demonstrating all of that. But you have to know who you are in order to do the things that we do. Nobility, what you're doing, you have to know who you are to know that you can speak to any like what you're doing, to do what you're doing. Nobody can deny that you don't. Nobody could say he don't know who he is. We know you know who you are by what's coming out of your mouth and by your demonstrations. Period. We're so honored that you're here, that you've been here, that you've taken the time to do the work, because you know what? We see people trying to come in, declare their nationality, and jump all the way over here and do all these things when they haven't done the study. They don't know who they are yet. They still think that Delarium is going to move itself, when the creators of it must move it, like we've been doing. They still think gold and silver is going to drop out the sky and hit them on the head, when they're the ones that's supposed to write that up and send it forth. See, gold and silver happens on paper before it ever manifests in your hand. It happens in your heart and your soul, knowing who you are. So we're just so grateful that you're here, Nobility, and we thank you for your testament, because it's important that more is here, not just from us, but from everyone, that we hear how are things going. Because, see, when we hear how things are going, we already know where you are on the timeline. And not being where we are is not a criticism. It just so happens that this Congress, we're all risen together. We're doing this together. Islam. We're so grateful. And tell the Empress that you're assisting, Nobility, that we send our highest honors to her and to her father.
I definitely will, and I greatly, once again, I appreciate you. I see the growth.
Yeah.
I'm honored to be a part of this Congress, and like I said, I'm assisting. I have a class, and I'm giving the erudition that I'm learning. And
will you put the information in the chat so that the Moors who will to attend can attend?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I'm gonna put it in the chat, and like I say, I'm gonna yield the floor, but you know, Angel, Sasha, just all of you empresses, all of you nobles, all of you. I'm just filled with so much love and appreciation, and hey, I'm just glad to be a part of busting the door down for the Moors so we can govern our state council. With that, I yield. Peace and love.
Islam, peace and love, Nobility.
Islam.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Islam.
Angel Mahatmade, Canaan Territory. I'm on land.
Oh, there she is. We are so glad to hear your voice, and we knew you would be triumphant. We knew that. We had all faith and trust in that. Islam.
And it has been a walk, you know, it really has been a walk, you know, and I stood, and it felt good to be the land, you know, truly to be the land, and to speak to the subjects until I figured out, like, Angel, just stop speaking to the subjects, you know, just stop speaking to the, you know what I mean, until that finally clicked. But in truth, standing on law and being Empire State of Morocco, it felt good. It felt good too.
How long were you in there in your test, Empress?
36 days in fullness. Yes.
That's a 9. That's a number 9. Yes.
Yes.
Success.
Yep.
In the coldest winter.
Yes. So needless to say, I returned to the heirs, and all my heirs did court actions on me right away. Like, I'm telling you, everyone was for real. What were you doing there at all? And it's eminent domain, right? It is our claim for eminent domain, Canaan land territory, you know, Empire State of Morocco coming through. You know what I mean? That's the energy, you know, so it was truly a fullness, and a lot of time for quiet and meditation, because that's what it was for me. I was there, and that's what the energy was. Truly.
Empress, all of those types of demonstrations are exactly what you just stated. It's time for us to get quiet so we can hear.
Yes. Truly. And the ancestors were present, and at a certain point, and if I will to share with it, so the subjects in the Office of Corrections didn't will for me to have any time to bathe, right? That was one of the animal husbandry techniques that they were attempting. And at one dawn I woke, and the ancestors said, the ancestors are on the field. Yes, the ancestors are on the field. You don't have to do nothing. Just go quietly today. The ancestors are on the field. And I bathed. And the subjects in the Office of Correction, they didn't know what to do with that. Like, they were trying to get me to change into, they had green track pants for everyone that they had in their possession, in their custody. And I said, well, I'm not in your jurisdiction. I'll be keeping my belongings. You know what I'm saying? Straightforward. And that was a big deal for them, right? This is a more. Yeah, this is a more. And when I bathed, I came out in my belongings. And that rocked them. I'm telling you, it rocked them. And when I finally was able to look at, because they didn't provide me any time to see what was going on, I saw that California was aflame. California was aflame at that time. The ancestors were walking on the land, and they were afire. You know what I mean? And you can't tell us where we can go and not go. And wherever we go, that's where the Moors are standing. Yeah. True. That's where the Moors are standing, and I stood,
Yes, you did, Empress. And you know what, Empress? We actually had to convince some of the Moors that knew your story. We were like, she's going to stand. What are you worried about? She's going to stand. Don't worry. She's going to stand.
Yes. And I had prepared myself for it. In my mind, it got me there. Yes. So I stood, and all Moors. You know what I mean?
You know what, Empress? Here you are now. See, you don't have to do 5 years in there.
Nope.
You can be out.
Yes.
By standing.
Indeed. And so I walked in and I walked out. You know what I mean? When it was time for me, and I was like, I finally came to the fullness of the essence of the energy. And the essence was, it's all about the heirs. It's all about the heirs.
Yes. Empress, let me ask you, a day or two maybe, or maybe even the morning that you were going to leave, did the spirit tell you that it's about time to go? Did you feel it in your spirit? Yes, we all did. We all do. We can feel it in our spirit 2 or 3 days, or maybe even that morning. The spirit will say, "You did good. Time to go."
It's time, and I had a time right before I went to engage with the subjects, a good 15 minutes. And I just sat there quietly with myself, and I was like, well, we going. That's just how it is. There was no turn back, deviate. No, we're going straight for this, right?
Yes. Yes.
This is our claim. This is my claim, very clearly. This is Caneland territory, and this is eminent domain.
You know what, Empress? And while you were even in there, the subjects that were previously acting as Donald Trump and them said, well, I guess Canada is going to be the 51st state. That's what they said while you were in there.
I saw that. I started laughing. I was laughing.
She got the victory. She's got the victory. She got the victory. Got to give it to her.
So, you know, I am so grateful to the Congress. Like, I could feel you all in my meditations, and I was like, yes, it's time for quiet. Let's just turn the energy in. Let's go through these steps and come out on the other side. And then, you know, the Grand Matriarch, who held it down and showed great style and pizzazz as she did it. Like, you know what I mean? Such mastery. All the Moors that I know stood and was standing, you know what I mean, and just doing what needed to be done, you know what I mean? And that was so, I am so honored. That's all I could say. I am so honored.
Empress, we're honored because you know what? We can say and we can send all the positive energy. It's all helpful. We get that. But when the Moors stand and we agree.
Yes.
We know who you are. We affirm your identity.
Yes.
But you had to state it and stand on it. And because you did that, you're here today. They couldn't keep you there.
They
couldn't.
It was very clear, and they couldn't do me nothing. I was fearless. I walked through that, and I was like, you know, I've seen persons before. Like, you know, that's how I behaved. You know, like I've seen persons before, and this is about the law. And I spoke about the law to I did court action to every single person.
That's why they couldn't hold you, because you knew you were the court.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes.
I'm just honored to be in your presence as well. Because not everybody gets that part right there. They think that, oh, we shouldn't be tested at all. No, you should be.
Yes.
Should be tested, but you got to stand. You got to stand. Because listen, nobody is going to put trillions in your possession and you haven't been tested. And the first person that walk up behind you and go, boo, you drop all the money and run.
Yep. They're laughing over here. They're giggling. My ears are giggling. You know what I'm saying? Yep, in truth.
That's what I'm saying. We're just honored, and we're so grateful that you get it, Empress, because this is your estate.
Yes.
And some were underestimating you, but we said, no, don't do that. Don't underestimate her. You got the wrong one if you underestimating this Empress right here. You got the wrong one. Empress Angel knows what she's doing.
Yes, I do. I knew very clearly. But it is my will. You know what I mean? And I'm responsible. It is my will. It is my will at work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And folks can't be lily-livered about their will.
No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Yep.
Islam, my Empress Angel.
There it is.
Welcome home. All praises due to Allah.
Yeah.
You have earned all your rights and all your respect.
Boom! That right there.
Yes.
That's all
enough love and respect, my angel. I had you every day in my heart and my thoughts, and I spoke to the ancestors about it. Welcome home, my Empress.
Yes.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. All praises due.
Wow. All of the universe is celebrating with us. When each one of us passes those tests fearlessly, and you know, I know for us, there were a couple of times while we were in there where we were thinking, we don't know how long we're going to be here. But the ancestors always said, don't worry about it. We got you. We got you. You're going to be fine. Just keep standing. Don't capitulate. There it is. Empress Angel, we're just so honored. We send you our highest honors. We're so grateful that you're back. We're so grateful that you never left the land. That's the part that we're really grateful about, is that you went in on your own land and you came out on your own land. They were not able to relocate you and report you back to a fake place that don't even really exist. You stand. Wear your crown proudly, Empress.
Yes.
Indeed. Indeed. Listen, the matriarchs are doing it. The matriarchs are definitely doing it with that part right there. Islam, Justice Anthony.
Yes, in addition, we're also looking forward to the release of the other Empress.
Yes.
She will stand. She will stand. Yes. The Empress will stand. So, sons, y'all don't have to worry about us. We'll stand. We appreciate your protective nature, though.
A chain is as strong as its weakest link.
Look how much stronger our nation is now. Woo!
Yes.
Who's going to tell you no when you're that strong?
Yeah.
Islam,
Justice Sharif.
Yes, Empress Light. Would you issue a certificate for consular jurisdiction?
Let me ask you, Justice Sharif.
Yes.
We could do that, but we will to know why you will not issue it for yourself.
Well, I was considering doing that, but I wanted to run it by you first. Okay, so I can create that and do that.
Yes, please do.
All right.
Please do.
Thank you.
Islam. Thank you, Islam. You've lightened our load, Islam. Thank you so much. Please do.
So I yield. Give thanks.
I cannot wait to meet you face to face. Islam, we're so grateful that you stand. It matters that we stand. It matters that we stand. Listen, I do a divine dance, particularly when the matriarchs stand on those demonstrations, the jail demonstration, that one specifically.
Yeah.
Because it's been such a scarecrow for our nation.
Indeed.
It's been a scarecrow when we are so powerful.
I have been very aware, especially in Canaanite territory, about the Moors and the prodigies not being the court here. It was, I know the pot was going to bubble, you know what I mean? But I know this was the point that I am the court here.
Yes.
Right?
And you proved it. See, nobody could tell you. Man knows not by being told. You got to prove that.
Yep. That has been a specific point. And then the other part is that we are the government, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the claim is connected to eminent domain specifically. And I was very clear about that. Because in our territory, there is an ongoing, like it's waffling, like they can't quite, and I'm like, no, we are the government and we are the court.
Empress, may I give the words to what the waffling is? The waffling was, it's not anymore because you fixed it. The waffling was them saying, can we hand it over to them now, or do we keep it a little longer? Can we hand it over to them now?
Yes.
And you already you gave the answer. It's ours.
Is ours.
Period.
Yes. Wow. Yes.
Period. And no tomb can hold us.
No.
Because see, that's what those places were. They were tombs until we changed them into courts.
Yep. Indeed.
Empress, let me tell you this too, and all empresses, please hear this. We can tell just by listening to the subjects when another matriarch has taken that piece that Empress Anangel took. Whenever that piece is defeated at a territory, the subjects let us know. When Empress Shasha was doing her demonstration, we knew because we started hearing things about Jamaica territory. We were listening, the subjects started saying, well, that's where, banking has a strong connection there. Back in early time, we started hearing as each one of the empresses, Empress Cynthia, Empress Angel, as each one of the empresses is Empress Karima, Empress, all of the empresses. Whenever you all are demonstrating things, we know that you have successfully completed and surpassed and risen, because information about that territory starts coming from the air. From the subjects rather. They start saying, oh, well, there's another one that we that they start pointing back to ancient times and how things were before they got here, before we created them. And they started talking about Canaan. I said, oh, she did it. She did it. She did it. She did it.
Islam. I tell you something, you say, my Empress, a lot of people don't know who Empress Angel is. They just hear the name, but they don't know. I tell you something, my journey in recognizing myself as a Moor began with this Empress Angel.
Islam.
This was even before I came to your Congress.
Islam.
Majority of what I have learned and my strength, besides from you, I've learned it all from this Empress Angel. I don't even regard her as Empress Angel. I regard her as Empress Angel. She is a very powerful Empress, and I respect her. I respect the ground that she walk on from now on until the day I die.
Yeah.
I love for her is endless. She's a very powerful and a loving angel. She had shown so much love, so much patience, so much respect. There is no words for me to describe the respect I have for this Empress. She started me on this journey. Empress Angel, enough love and respect. Life. Yeah. Islam.
Islam, let the praises come forth. Islam. Let the praises come forth. Indeed.
Gratitude, no, it's love. It's love. Stand. It's, just be the shiny Moor that you are. Is a great honor to be amongst all the Moors. It's just, that's what it is. It's just so shiny. I am honored. I'm honored.
Yes.
So indeed, when I used to join classes, and I remember when you used to give us homework, so to speak, and you said next week you better make sure you know it. If you don't know it, the Empress will be on your case. And she made sure that you learn it. No matter who you are, you have to learn it.
Yeah.
That's what I loved and admired about her in the beginning. She made sure that you learn it and you wasn't wasting her time.
Yes,
that's how I learned. And again, enough love, enough respect again, Empress Angel. Yes, we didn't just begin here. We began in a program that led us to this journey. That program was a stepping stone to my journey where we had met. And it so happened that when that fell apart, and when that fell apart, I was like lost, so to speak. And then it's like Allah led the Empress back to link me again. I said, Noble, come in again. And here I am now.
Empress Angel.
Yes. Yes, matriarch.
Whenever you will, we would love to have you do an Empire State presentment where you speak to the nations like the one that we did last week.
Yes.
To make a statement to the nations, because at your territory they need to hear from you, from your governmental capacity.
Yes. So I will to do it next Congress if we have time to do so.
Yes, we would love that.
I've been listening to the Congresses, and that was the first one I started with. So, yes, it's been beautiful hearing all of the statements.
Yes.
Yeah, I began there. You know what I mean? So, yes, I heard.
Thank you, Empress. We appreciate that.
Yes, and so I will and give thanks, Congress.
Empress Angel, what is the complete here? What is the complete appellation for you?
Right, ANAGEL, and then Mahatkaba is MAATKABBA, and it's one word. Mahatkaba.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful.
And day, so DEY.
And Islam. Okay, Empress. There it is, right there. We will go ahead and put this for the coming Congress as well, because all of the territories must hear from all Moors. So we'll put that here as well. And we would ask that, just as we stated previously, that all of the Empire State statements, we don't want to make subjects the object of our Empire State statements. We will to focus on the empire. We will to focus on your vision for your estate, and things of that nature. Where you see your estate, how you see it growing, what you've been through previously, but we don't will to give glory to anything other than the empire with these statements. Yeah. So, we will that you not make them about the subjects. And we stated this previously as well, that it not be about subjects and corpses and things like that, because that's not our focus. Our focus is actually the growth of our estate. Those are just side issues. See, people don't realize that this is about, like you stated, Empress Angel, this is about us. This is not about anybody else. It's about us.
Yeah.
And when we do what we're supposed to do, everything else will be right where it's supposed to be. Islam. Justice Maurice Lloyd L., you did make a brief statement previously, but we could put you down for another statement as well. A full statement. You made a summary statement in the previous Congress. So we'll put both of you here. Just a moment. Is there anyone else who wills to make a statement that did not make a statement already? Because your territories do need to know who the government is at those territories. Islam. Okay. So we'll put that for the upcoming Congress. And we'll put an adjournment here. in ancient English. What's the date of the next Congress? Oh, also, nobilities, we're going to be making a list that we're going to publish of our national and federal holidays, holy days, rather. There are several of them. We know the Prophet Noble Jew Ali's solar return is one. We know that whole week is another separate one from the Prophet, not separate from, but one of the ones that we will to place on the record. And then we also have any others. So be prepared to discuss that in the upcoming Congress. That what federal holiday we are going to propose that February 14th also be one of our national and federal holidays as well, which is the Great Sheikh Taj's solar return. That is our proposal onto the record that we'll be discussing as Congress continues to proceed. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Islam.
I think I have maybe a couple of questions. I have one that is in the forefront of my mind, which is there's supposed to be, from what I heard you say maybe a couple of Congresses before, a legacy system banking link, and I just can't find it. On one of the videos it said it was under it, but I never found it under it.
So there is no link to a legacy system, as it were. There's no link directly to a legacy system because it must be created by documentation first. The link that we were referring to was a previous Congress where we spoke about and showed that on the screen. So you would have to go back and look at the previous Congresses that where we talked about legacy banking. And I don't know precisely which ones that is right now. Right. But it would take just going back and looking, because I think we put it in the titles of some of the Congresses about legacy banking when we spoke about it.
Right, and I think it's like a couple of them that I was listening to and that were about that. Mm-hmm. And I think that was my thought, was maybe that because I think maybe you all were still in the learning process of it, because I think it was maybe like a couple of years ago, I think, if my memory serves me correctly. They were beginning to reveal that to us, that we have them, that we have legacy accounts. They were beginning to reveal that to us. Let me ask you, have you created the spreadsheet and everything so that your records happen at your court first, where banking is concerned? And I think that's where I was confused at. So I was thinking that the legacy system would direct me to like a spreadsheet or something like that. And I think that's where I was lost with the direction of it. And that's why I think I concluded that maybe it was the early stages of what you all were doing. So we were actually creating the system as opposed to learning it. We were creating it at the time. So we were just looking at the best ways to do that. And the best way to do that for everyone is, before you start doing banking documentation out there, you must have your own records that you have of your bank account by way of a spreadsheet
or affidavits, or however you choose. Spreadsheets are easiest for us, Excel, Google Sheets, or whatever the case may be, so that in the event that there's a switch in the internet services or banking services, as is happening at this point, that you're able to have a record of your banking actions that you can just print out and have a hard copy. It's important that you have that. So you would create a spreadsheet, and we show this as well as we were, because see, banking happens analog first, then it goes digital. Everything that you see digitally was analog first, analog being on paper, manual, or happening in the background on paper.
Yes, I think what I'm trying to get in my brain is the step process, like which is first, or if it's all happening at the same time. And I think in relation to setting up the legacy account through USAA, and I think that's where I'm kind of like losing the connection.
Yeah, it has to be created in your own records first.
Okay.
Even though we have United Services Automobile Association, we have that record. That record did not respond to, millions of dollars. It didn't respond to that until after we created our own records here at our court here at first, which means just go onto your computer, open up a spreadsheet, put 100 million in there, because see, you have to state it first. The banking system out there cannot state it first. It has to be stated from you first. And then we sent that and said, this is the balance on our account. And we gave the restated numbers. We sent liens, levies, and bonds. And those are the foundations, so that what you see out there will respond to what you've already done. We did liens, levies, and bonds, and we sent all of that. And then we showed the Moors, we showed in Congress how to upload all of those documents to an email in the account, so that the account then is nationalized. Because it has to be created nationally by you first. People are looking to sign on to an account and have it say 100 million. They're looking for that when the foundational stuff has to be written, handwritten, or printed out and signed by you first. Systems respond to writing. Systems respond to writing. They respond to courts. So we could go back and look through and make a guesstimation of the video where we showed the 40-something documents that we uploaded, and we showed that. We showed how to upload it to the account. We sent the fiduciary documents. We started sending United Services Automobile Association documentation on United Services Automobile Association letterhead. And that was always sent with the fiduciary document. So we started using our status and position as chiefs for the system to speak to the system, because you must speak from your chief position. Have you created letterhead for whatever bank it is that you're nationalizing for your use, for your estate? Have you created letterhead and began speaking to that system by mail and affidavit that way? Because that's how the system responds. I've not picked up the phone and called anybody. I didn't have to call anybody, because they're not the government. We are, in order for the accounts to say what they're saying. Okay.
I think I got the understanding and overstanding what it is you're saying, because there's no way for me to create it with them, because I don't create it with them. I create it here.
Yes.
then I move forward. So even like a very new account would be the same thing, which is to restate and go through all those things you just mentioned. So all that. So now,
bond.
Say that again.
Lien, levy, and bond. And then you fund the account.
Okay, so lien, levy, and bond, then fund the account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And now for me to get in the process of it, because that's where clarity comes for me when I get in it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And you have to create the entry.
Right.
You have to create your entry.
Oh, and then here's my next question. Once I get all the creation of it and everything, and the documentation, then that's when I'm sending the Delarium with my documentation. Is that correct?
If that's what the Spirit tells you to do.
Okay, so then I'm hearing then that there are options. You can either do that, or do we, since there are options, and Delarium is one of those options.
Well, everything else that we would send is Delarium based. So, for example, I sent a check for $27,777.75. It was a check. It's a Delarium based check.
Now, what about the 666 trillion? Is that an option as well?
That's where it came from. That's where all of that came from. It is.
Okay.
So any of the same instruments that you would have used previously, a merchant card, a check, a treasury check, or or Delarium, any of the instruments you would have used previously, or gold and silver coinage. But I will say this, when I did send a gold coin to do a demonstration, they sent it back. The system sent it back. The system prefers checks or Delarium. That's what the system prefers. From what we're seeing, the system prefers checks or Delarium by mail.
Okay, because that was in my thought, was to send Delarium with it.
Mm-hmm. And then also whatever that system's deposit slips look like, you restate the deposit slip as a deposit affidavit and send it with it, so that when the system sees a deposit slip, it will just say, okay, there's a deposit.
Makes sense. As far as like the deposit, because I think that's one of the things we forget about. You need a deposit slip.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's because we're doing it from mail, and not that we're walking into the bank.
You will not ever do that.
Right. What I'm mentioning is that prior to or before, the way we would do it is to walk in to, okay, now we have access to a deposit slip to say, okay, I want to put this much into my account. Here is the deposit slip. But because we're not doing it that way, we're doing it strictly from, the mailing system, then, right, don't I'm thinking now, okay, so if I was to get a deposit slip, and this is from an initial account. So initially,
any deposit slip can be restated. It has to be restated, though.
So I get the restatement part, but now I'm trying to get my hands on the deposit slip, because now it's a new bank, not a bank that I'm already with. So let's just say it's a new bank. Now I need to get my hands on a deposit slip. I'm not going to necessarily walk in and go get a deposit slip. Okay, now I'm going to take it out and, walk out with it, then restate it, now send it with it. Oh, I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking, that they may have a deposit slip online for that particular bank.
Of course they do. Or you can use a template deposit slip.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure on that part. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be any, I didn't have to use anything from the previous era if I chose not to, because it's going to be restated anyway.
Okay.
I didn't have to use a USAA deposit slip, I didn't have to do that if I chose not to, because it was going to be restated anyway. So it's not theirs in the first place. It's not any actors in the first place.
Okay. So then basically you just created your own. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I yield. I think that was the only question I had. I think so. I know you had mentioned something earlier in the Congress, and I think I wrote the idea down, and I was going to come back and ask you about it. Oh, okay. So you mentioned about the subject status. So now they know that they are completely in subject status.
They've always known. It's whether the Moors know. And we know.
Right. So when you mentioned it earlier, does that mean it's going to change how we send out our mailing? Like if we need to, if it's necessary that we send a document or even an affidavit, whatever it is, and we're sending it to, for example, a sheriff. Let me back up. If we're sending it to subject in the office of sheriff or something like that, so now we're not saying it that way any longer. Is that what's changing there?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's still the same. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And then your spirit will tell you whether you're missing something or not. Your spirit will let you know.
Islam, I yield.
Islam.
That's
Islam.
all the questions I had.
Okay. Islam ability.
I have a brief question regarding what the Empress was discussing. Regarding the legacy accounts. For example, if you're doing more than one legacy accounts, do you need more than one spreadsheet for each account?
What does your spirit say?
Says I should use more than one.
That would have been that's what I heard in the spirit realm too.
For each account.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to confirm it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Islam. It is affirmed. Trust your spirit. Trust your spirit. One thing I'm learning or knowing about our spirit actually leaves everything up to us. Everything is up to us. You cannot go wrong when you're creating everything. You can't go wrong because you created it. It's going to operate the way you intend for it to operate. Yeah. So with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom from this August amazing Congress? Islam nobility. Justice Ogunwale.
If I recall correctly, it's the lien, levy, and bond process. The quote one told that comes after the lien, correct? when you send out the court action, when you command them to appear, that's after the link.
What does your spirit say what does your spirit say about the order of operation?
I'm thinking it's a lien, because you're making a claim, and then after making the claim, you command them to appear, to state their nationality and their name.
Yeah.
And then when they don't appear, you file the other one, commanding the arrest, and then the levy and bond.
Yes. Islam. We affirm the spirit, what your spirit has told you.
Islam.
Any other?
Islam.
Nobility.
Islam. Grand rising to all the Moors. Peace and love.
Rising. Islam.
I just want to ask a question. I just want to confirm what my spirit is saying already. I don't know if everybody knows. Some people know. I just had an air, and I'm currently in the place doing the demonstration. Okay. I verbally put everybody on notice inside the venue, and now I've I've been tirelessly keeping myself up, and I just wanted some Moors to give me some encouragement and energy so I could finish the demonstration. My demonstration is almost coming to an end. Not an end, but a beginning, where I can bring my heir home. And now they're asking for a nutritionist. That's what they want. They want a nutritionist phone number and things like that, to where I'm going to continue my care for my heir. And I want to know from the Congress if there's any nutritionist.
Nobility.
Yes.
Create a certificate, a nutritionist certificate, a master nutritionist certificate for you.
Okay.
With your name on it, the name that you own, because the system recognizes names. You own the name.
Yeah.
Create a master nutritionist certificate and put the contact information and the address. Because there is going to be now, at any time, the mother can begin breastfeeding the baby at any time. At any time.
Yeah.
So even if it's a week later after the baby's been born, or 2 weeks, she can do the breastfeeding, or she can use a breast pump and pump the food and do it that way. And then slowly start integrating into that lots of water and lots of pureed vegetables. And when we say puree, just put them in a blender, or and puree them and put them into the milk, and and then give it to the baby. So she can start pumping her breast immediately to feed the baby. So the baby will have plenty to eat.
Okay.
Islam. And by the way, let me just say too, we are all nutritionists, so we can assist with that, and that is what we're here to do. We're doing it right now. So we affirm your ability to be the master nutritionist. Islam Empress.
May I also congratulations
yes
to Noble Daddy and Empress Mommy. So I have a question. Just trying to understand what's going on with you. The reason why there's even the request for a nutritionist Empress Angel unable to breastfeed, or am I being out of line asking this question? But it's, you know, we're discussing it right now, so I'm just curious. I'm trying to.
If you could, Empress Shasha, reframe it to suggestions that can assist him, no matter what the situation is.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me.
And Empress Angel is fine. She's doing well. She's doing great. We just we want to keep it in that vein, okay. if you will, Empress.
My apologies, but I'm just trying to overstand the situation. But let me suggest there's fennel, which is a herb which is excellent for, as you were just speaking of extra nutrition. It's excellent for increasing milk flow and all of those things, but it also is great for seasoning in any of the whatever nutrition that you might be providing for yourself and for baby. So that is one I'm very much aware of. So
is there anyone who's willing to send them, because we're sending these saltwater minerals. We're sending saltwater minerals. Is there anyone else who's willing to send some, because, you know, it's time.
Well, I can certainly send moringa, which is another excellent nutritional herb because it grows in my yard. And I can absolutely try and get my hands on some fennel. I used to have some in the yard, but I don't have any anymore. But I'd be happy to package together some moringa and other herbs that actually grow in my yard. So I'd be happy to, if provide me with an address, and I'll happily package something. In fact, I was actually thinking about sending a little something just because, not anything to do with nutrition. But, so yes, I would be happy to send nutritional herbs, natural, completely organic, from my yard right here.
Empress Shasha, also, and just as a suggestion, because we're doing the same thing, that whenever someone requests anything from us, we're going into the trust and pulling the monies out by documentation.
Okay.
With their permission to do that, so that they can receive whatever it is without fiat being a barrier. And then those of us who have those trust affirmations from them, in other words, it'll just be an invoice of what you sent. Our bank is going to be putting that into your account, okay? And we're going to just work out how to do that over the next few days, weeks, months. We're going to be working out how to start tributing for those who are doing the work, in terms of, like you said, Empress Shasha, sending one another the whatever is growing in your yard, whatever you pull from the earth, or whatever the case may be. We can start sending that stuff out to each other, and then the merchants who are doing that can and again, this is just to enrich our nation and to continue moving forward where our economic life is concerned, because that is the affirmation that makes the subject say, yes, we accept this or that or this or that, because we accept it among each other. Okay, and that's just something, Empress Shasha, that you just create in your own records with Justice Nate's permission. Just say, hey, we'll send this. Do you will to have this? And he'll say yes, send that. Then we know to pull, and just we'll put his the name that he owns. We will put it on that documentation with the amount, the weights and measures, and the amount for it, and then we keep that in our records, and just state the time that he agreed and the date that he agreed that this be what it is, that the exchange comes. And Justice Nate, you all have your trusts are open with us as well. The salt that we're sending, we're going to be doing the same thing in just creating an invoice for our records, that say that's what we're doing, that we agree with that.
Okay, wonderful. You know what? You haven't even considered all of this. Gift package. You know, so this is wonderful that you're presenting that and reminding
Yes.
that this is how we do it. Right.
Yes, we must. We must, because we have to keep an account. As competent heirs, we have to keep an account of what's going around on the estate. We have to.
Yes.
We have all the money we could have. We just have to trust one another. That's what trust is all about. Is he trusts us to pull from his estate or his trust, pull the funds, and then we send. And then our banking system will honor all of that.
Right.
That's how it was done previously. And fiat is not a barrier. And we already know how to mail things out.
Correct.
Empress Shasha, I have to get your mailing location when, you can text it to me or whatever, because I will to send you something as well.
Okay.
Yes, Empress Light, the address that I gave you, you can share it with Empress Shasha.
Islam.
Because that's our legal and lawful address.
Okay.
I have to give you the natural universal area code with it, because it's actually on record at our post office here and at New York Republic.
Okay, if you'll just text it to me, we'll have it, and we'll add it to the information that we have so that we can access your trust.
Yes, and all I'll do is send you an affidavit. Just send me an invoice, and I'll send the affidavit authorizing it, because I am the currency controller here for my country.
Yeah, Islam.
Justice Nate, congratulations on the new year. And if I may, yes, indeed, more life. If I may, in regards to the nourishment, you can get some sea mash for the Empress. The Empress can consume all the sea mash, because that has all the minerals that you can think of. That will help her. And it will be good for the baby while the baby breastfeed from her when she's drinking that sea mash. Very nutritious.
Absolutely.
And this is to everyone. Thank you, Justice Anthony. We affirm your statement there. For all of us, and this is something we're learning, and not learning but knowing, is that it's one thing for us to make suggestions to one another about things, because we could do that all day. It's another thing for us to go ahead and harvest it and send it.
Indeed.
I actually just got some the other day. I will push a small package in with what I'm going to bundle. So
yes,
I will do that.
Moors, this is major. And what this is also doing is giving us a head start on March 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Because, we were having the trade launch, but it's already started.
Yeah.
Already started.
Islam, Empress.
Empress Nabi. Go ahead, Empress.
I'm echoing, just a moment. Islam, can you hear me? This is Nabi.
Islam, Empress. Go ahead, Empress.
Are there any other empress in the territory, New York territory?
There are others. They're just not here presently today.
Okay, Islam.
Islam, Empress.
This is Empress Yemaya Bay. I'm in the New York territory. I'm in the Bronx.
Empress Yemaya, I don't know why I thought you were at Florida territory, but okay, beautiful.
Can I send the Empress my information? so we can assist.
Yes, that you can. My email is already in the chat.
All righty.
So, Morris, I have a suggestion too. Let us, and I'm sure she will not mind, let us use Empress Angel as our first launch, as it were, and have as many of us as possible send her things for the baby, for the heir. Everyone who has something that you were going to present for March 20th, 21st, and 22nd, we can send it to her, let her be the first to receive it. We've already been sending out sea minerals, saltwater minerals. So she won't be our first, but she will be one of the first of many. Another thing that I'm looking at is that because there are many in my clan who will to have saltwater minerals, but again, I'm not going to give them, not even my own clan, I'm not going to give them saltwater minerals without the nationality piece or proper identification. So as I'm sending it out using our government mailing process, and I'm taking captive their names, their persons, not any dead thing. I'm creating a new person for them because we're not going to give them anyone anything where we're giving it to someone who and we're identifying them as dead. We're not going to do it because we know there's life in our word. So, Islam Empress.
So, Empress, what you're stating is that you're going to place liens on their person? Is that what you're stating?
There's already liens on their persons. There's already liens on all persons. So what I am saying is that I'm going to be sending out saltwater minerals to many who have not declared their Moorish nationality, but they're going to get it the way that we send things out.
I see.
And their name on our records is a person that we govern.
Okay.
You see? Yeah. Because when I think about that whole U.S. thing and the way they did things in their enactment, we never raised our hand and said, oh, we want to be this, that, and the third. We were just automatically that because they were supposedly the state, right?
Right.
So then now what we're stating is that we're the state, we're the government, and anybody that we deal with, their status on our records is the right status.
We are just doing what we must.
We're doing it for persons. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
We must do that. We can't sell or not sell, but we can't exchange with the dead. So we're not going to.
Correct.
We're going to declare them living, just like we declared the subjects living. We're going to declare them living, a living person. So we can speak to their person. They will have to speak to themselves, to their self, their body, their domicile, where they live in their bodies. They must speak to that, but we can speak to the person. We can call the person living. And see, just like in the previous era, we didn't know the difference because it looked like what Mother said. They won't know the difference either, but it'll be different.
Right. And in our accounting,
yes,
it will be correct.
It will be correct.
A venue, yeah. Okay.
And that is how it's called piercing the corporate veil. That's how you do that. See, they don't know who they are, but they're starting to learn. Their person, though, we already govern all persons. Our fiduciary document says that.
And that's it, yes.
So we believe it, and we're going to go forward. We're moving, we're straightforward.
We know it, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And it's going to, it's spelled a particular way. So to them, it may not look different, except it's going to be in blue instead of in black.
Correct.
And everything is going to be spelled out.
Right. And automatically by the more the authority, by God doing it,
yes,
the vibration and frequency is elevated, it's living, and it's correct.
The same way that we speak to the subjects, we speak to them in blue, and we state the proper who they really are, and we speak, and we move on. We do the same thing with everybody else. Everybody else. See, we have salt water minerals. I'm reprogramming myself there. Salt water minerals going out everywhere. We're even going to be sending it to people who may or may not have requested it.
Okay.
But remember how in the previous era you would receive samples in the mail?
Yeah.
Of things? Yep. They were still calling you Negro, Black, Colored, and African American in their records.
Yes, they were.
So we're going to speak to persons, and every person, if we don't know who their nationality or if they haven't claimed it, then they'll be listed as a subject until they claim who they really are.
That's the law.
That's the law.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we can't speak to them. It just means that we have to properly identify them.
Correct.
And that's what we've been stating about everything that we've been doing, is everyone must be properly identified.
Right. And if they're not, if we don't do what we must, we're in dishonor if we try to speak with them.
We are in dishonor if we try to send something out and do commerce with those who are not the living.
Right.
And that means that subjects can get saltwater minerals and phenol and all of these things. We can do commerce, but you're going to be properly identified on our documentation, because, see, that's how the switch happened in the first place, is they started abbreviating addresses and it was still getting through.
Right.
We learned, we watched and learned, and that's a strategy right there. That's a strategy.
Flipping it back.
We're just doing the same.
Yeah.
Because we cannot be stopped. And let me tell you how I know that is true. About 6 months ago, I told this Congress, I shared with this Congress about how I sent Delarium out to the people around me.
Yes, I remember.
Just last week, and I know it has to do with where we are in the demonstrations, just last week, I started getting the green things back. Whereas I hadn't gotten them, not even one back. And I told you all that at the time. I haven't gotten any of the green slips back. But that was a demonstration. It was time for it to be done, for me to state where everybody is and who everybody is, because you can't be my neighbor if you're in a dead place. So I began properly identifying them and then gifting them with Delarium.
Yep.
And I just started getting those back last week. That's how I know we did the right things where our economy is concerned, and where the banking demonstrations that we've been doing, all that. That's how the ancestors let us know that, okay, you did that right, so here.
Yeah.
You can go to the next step with this.
Yes. I think I actually asked the question about that, a few Congresses back. So
yeah,
this is it. Yeah, it's in my memory very clearly.
Yeah. Well, Empress, even at the time, I was thinking ancestors, if they don't know who they are, why would they even respond or recognize the delarium and all of that. They said it's because of who you're addressing. You're addressing living subjects on your land. And guess what? Yes, the timing is perfect. When you name them and then you give them a blessing and you tell them this is the new United States dollar, because it is. Delarium is the new United States dollar, and it has our signatures on it, our autographs on it. Guess what they're going to say? Hey, everyone, look, this is the new dollar. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that was the strategy behind that the ancestors gave us. We're going to continue implementing all of that because we see it working. And when you have more than two people who go to the grocery store and say, this is the new, the people are the ones who determine what goes on the land. The people do that. And we're not excluding anyone.
I remember you making that statement that the people will actually get it moving.
People will do the work. They'll do it. Let them get hungry enough. We don't will that they get hungry enough. We will that it be a smooth transition.
And if the subjects are actually speaking to it now out loud and...
Yep. And they're doing it the way subjects do it. See, when they start talking about things like that, they may be doing it publicly, but we don't always see that, but we will. At some point, we will. So we're going to continue sending delarium out and saying, this is the new United States dollar.
Well, and I think the fact that they're even speaking on the fiat currencies and all that, then if that's fiat, then there must be a new one. And
yes.
So it's out there.
Yeah. And they know that those who created fiat can't create something else and it not be fiat.
Exactly. And we've been stating on the public record for quite some time.
Yes. We gave that's called due process.
Right.
For this gigantic, enormous, huganic estate.
Omnific.
Yes, we have to give plenty of heads up is what it's called, heads up. Plenty of heads up, because it's huge that there is a new money system, and it's not even new, it's ancient.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. You know, no, you don't have to go to a quote-unquote CBDC. You don't have to do that. That's not even real.
Not even.
We strike that from the record.
Yeah.
So all is well. Moors, we got this. Let's keep moving forward. And to the brother that came in earlier asking all the questions, who was so motivated that he didn't want to stop asking questions, he didn't even want to wait to hear the answer. We welcome you at all times, but you must honor the process. And so we welcome you back, because he came back a couple of times. We welcome you back as long as because this is Congress, the process must be honored. And the process with even your questions. If you don't know how to honor this platform, then the process with the money is not going to make sense at all to you.
Exactly.
It's a process that must be honored at all times. Islam, Justice Council. Islam nobility.
Matriarchal nobles. The question about the seashells.
Yes.
Find a way how to post it to us into the UK yet?
I'm just going to demonstrate the way we've been doing it because we're all domestic. Mm-hmm. So I'm all up for demonstrating that. All I need is a mailing location, Justice Consul. So, and you can provide that either by phone, you can text it to me, or you can put it in my inbox here at the court.
Mm-hmm.
However you choose to do it.
I sent you my mailing invitation.
Let me see. It didn't come, Empress Shasha. It did not come.
Oh. Okay.
It did not come. Empress Shasha, can you inbox it to me?
Inbox it as in?
On this, in the chat. Can you see the chat?
That's what I thought I did. I did send it in that.
Oh, that's what. Okay, well, just a moment. Let me look up there, because I don't always
look in there. Oh, okay.
See the chat. Let's see. Oh wow. Okay, Empress.
You got it?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, wonderful.
I thought I was looking for text messages and everything else.
Oh, remember my texts for some reason are not, because I sent you a text actually a couple of days ago. They're not coming through on your
No, they're not.
Yeah.
And I do not know why that is.
Neither do I. Because yours come to me, I respond, but they're not coming to you. So it's my end somewhere.
Yes. Now, nobilities. Just one moment. Let me stop screen sharing. There were several of you who put in the chat that you willed to do the roundtable. You all can do the roundtable right now. You have enough people, because there was enough in the chat, enough Moors in the chat who stated that they willed to do the roundtable. You can get started right now, because there's enough of you sons who were going to do the roundtable. So who wills to start the roundtable for the sons? Islam nobility.
I would like to be on that also.
Okay, all of you are on it. Now get on it. So your information, all it takes is for just one of you, to put your information in the chat in terms of if you have a free conference call channel, or you have a Zoom channel or whatever. You can put that information in the chat and say everyone who wills to participate in the roundtable, all the sons, because this is for the sons, who will to participate in the roundtable, please, this is the information, and then just put a date so y'all can bounce ideas off of each other and get it started. It doesn't have to be, no one has to be a specific leader. You can all do it as a group, as a Congress. Does any of you have a free conference call or a Zoom channel or anything of that nature? Any of you? So, Justice Nate, you put your email address in the chat. Would you be the point of contact for the roundtable?
Islam, yeah, yes.
Okay, it's not necessarily a leader. It's just everyone come in and put your information, your input together. So those who will to be a part of the Sons, the roundtable, go ahead and send Justice Nate your information, and you all just arrange a meeting and start meeting and start roundtabling. That's how things are done. You just get it done. That's how we do.
Islam, you have mine right there on the screen.
Can you guys email me? Just email me your emails, and then I'll send out my free conference call information to you.
Justice Duwan, do you see it says RashidAbdullahBey@gmail.com?
It's not.
Or RashidAsadulahBey@gmail.com.
Islam, I see it.
Okay, if you'll write that down and then send an email with your contact information, and all the others do the same. Email Justice Nate for the roundtable to go ahead and get it started, because I can tell you this: the matriarchs will be getting the matriarchal Congress started. We will be doing that sometime soon, sometime very soon. Islam.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm gonna take down that's Rashid. Yeah, and I'll be emailing him information for you.
Okay, great. All of the sons who will to do that. And again, there's no one leader of the group. You all lead, because it's processes. And when we say processes, we're speaking about processes that are specific. Number one, the number one job of our sons is security and protection. However, we're not doing that from a quote unquote military perspective. We're doing it from the place of documentation first, because see, again, as we've always stated, arms only come after documentation is proper. And we're not going in it with the idea of you all being armed, because you're already armed. But what it is sons standing and being accountable as sons, just like we're all being accountable, because we're the government and we're the law and we're the Congress, we're the nation, we're the state. Also, we're being accountable, so we're putting things on the public record. Justice Consul, you'll have to send that to Justice Rashid Asadullah Bey.
Okay.
You all who are putting your information in the chat, please collect his email and send that information to his email. Please don't send it to me, send it to his email.
Islam, is that Justice Nate email, Rashid?
Rashid Asadullah Bey.
Asadullah Bey.
Yes.
Got you.
Okay.
Okay. We love it when our son, and just know that you all have the matriarch support already.
Islam. I wanted to ask if there's anybody that can make badges and
Is that for the round table?
Yes, it is for the round table.
That stuff y'all can talk about. You don't have to talk about it here. You can talk about that when you get their emails and all of that. Y'all can talk about that at the round table meeting. Okay. Let the round table meeting be, it stands. Okay. And so now let us go ahead and adjourn here so that we can continue with the launching of our commerce and our national things that we are launching. It's already started, and what better way than to start with our own Empress Angel, for those who have things. And let me just say this: if you've never sent anything out and you have a will in your heart to do it, let this be your first demonstration, where we send Empress, the Empresses, Justice Nate and Empress Angel, some whatever we send out. That way we can work everything out as we go, so that we can grow commercially Islam. Because we already know we accept everyone's delirium, we accept everyone's trust, we accept everyone's, who they are. Everyone is properly identified. So let's go from that perspective. If there be nothing further, we will adjourn here. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs. Islam.
Islam Empress.
Islam.
Peace, love, and joy. Congratulations.
Islam.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Islam, peace and love.